Actually, I'm going to send a share request real quick. Get that over with. Okay, so yeah. Let me open it up this way. City Council meeting Tuesday, July 8, 2025. I'd like to invite Servant Leader Fields for the invocation. Remain standing for the pledge.
So, Father, we just come to you in the precious name of Jesus. We know that the city's got a lot of decisions to make tonight for the city and for the best for the businesses and residents, and especially the stuff that's coming up for code enforcement and the people here to bring stuff before the council. So we just ask you to give them wisdom and guidance, and we know that we'll look into these and we'll just help the best way we can, but we do have laws and things that we have to go by the city and the county. So we just thank you that you're with us, and we just give you the glory, honor, and praise in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, have roll, please.
Mayor John Eric Hoover.
Here.
Vice Mayor Chris Mayer.
Here.
Councilman David Mueller.
Here.
Councilman Robert Hubbard.
Here.
Councilwoman Lisa Burke.
Here.
City Attorney Nancy Meyer.
Here.
City Manager Andrew Butterfield.
Here. Thank you. We have no proclamations or tonight to approve, so we're going to move right to comments from the general public. Since we've got new folks in here, I'm going to go ahead and read this. Try not to read every week, but we got some new folks, so I want to make sure you guys understand the process. Public participation is encouraged. If you are addressing the council, step to the podium and state your name and address for the record. Please limit your general comments to 3 minutes. For comments on action items, please limit comments to 3 minutes on the current topic. Please limit your conversations while sitting in the audience during council business, and silence your cell phones so as not to interfere with everyone's ability to hear the comments of both the public and the council during that time. With that, I do have one sign up. Danny Fields, welcome.
Danny Fields, 8114 Leo Kid. Again, I just want to thank you for your service and what we do here in the city. We're working together as a team, and we know we have challenges, and we're prepared to deal with things. And so I just want to again thank you. And the police department, I see growth, I see change, and I'm grateful for our chief and what he's doing and bringing unity with the sheriff department, training and new officers in. So I'm just grateful for that as well. So there's a lot of things that we've been working on and working together as a team. So that's just for me personally as a chaplain, as well as a citizen and part of being on your guys' team. And so we just continue to work together, and then we know that we hear the hearts of the people, and we try to come up with the best thing that's better for everybody. So I just want to thank you. So I'm here about the backpack giveaway at Waterfront Park. It's on July the 26th. There's going to be the police there, the fire department. We're going to promote the city. We're going to have free food, fun, and games, and we're going to give them backpacks away to help out our residents and especially the children that go to school. And just it's a good time to come out. You're welcome to enjoy, to mingle with the people and work together and, and meet some of the moms, the dads, and the kids in your community, and just let them know that you care and you're here and that you support them. And again, they'll know you have tough decisions to make. So I just want to thank you for that. And the time, I'm going to give you that. So I'll be there. It's going to be from 8 to 2, but the first backpack giveaway starts at 10 a.m. and it'll be over by noontime for those that are going to pick up the backpacks. So from 8 to 2 is what the schedule is. So you could be there at 10 and no later than 12 if you want to be there with the people. And I do have the flyers, and it is on websites and stuff, so you could pick it up at Waterfront Park, 8119 Old Post Road here in Port Richey, Florida. So can't wait to see you there and to have some fun. So thank you.
Thanks, Danny. That's all the sign-ups I have. But by show of hands, anybody else like to speak on general? Welcome.
Hello, my name is Bruce Torrens. I live at 8119 Channel Drive. And I just wanted to bring up a few things. I know that we don't go through hurricanes. I hope we don't go through them every year. But over the last 2 years we have. And I know that y'all don't go through this situation all the time, but it just seems like there's a lot of differences. I'm going to describe it that way. The way that residents are treated with the permitting system and with all the different ways that things are done. And I'm going through the process right now. I tried to do it the right way. I tried to do it the fair way. I felt like my house was substantially damaged because of the prices that I got. My lowest contract price was $278. My value of my structure was $390. That's way over the 50% rule. So I elected to tear it down and to pursue it that way. I'm going through the process. I've got my plans in here. They're held up right now because I'm having to change 2 of the subs. So they're on hold right this moment. But, when I got back over here and I found out how much the permits were, I've lived in Hillsborough County in Tampa, born and raised, never seen permit prices like this before. Then I find out there's a 3%. But I know that new construction, y'all aren't voiding that 3% or permit fees for new construction. But it just seems like when I started looking at all the different people around, some people were being charged, some people weren't. Then I find out that just because it says it on there, some of them are zeroed out. And then I find out they didn't even pay that. It was just arbitrarily, with no notes, with no nothing, arbitrarily just zeroed out that they didn't pay that. And I know that y'all excluded that for a time period. I think it ended, 2 weeks ago for permits or something like that. But, I tried to do it the right way, but now I'm being penalized because I'm getting this absorbent fee to rebuild my house on the new standards, up off the ground with all the new codes and everything. So that's pretty much what I have to say. I've talked to some of y'all. One person has gotten back with me already. But other than that, I just think that it's not, everybody's not being treated fairly across the board. And that's what I have to say.
Thanks, Bruce. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, I'll come back to council. Next up is Council City Manager. I'll pass it to Mr. Butterfield for his comments.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. We were fortunate to swear in 2 new police officers, one full-time and one reservist this week. Great additions to the force. The Public Works Director was with Ajax Paving today, going through a final punch list for the Bay Boulevard paving project, so we can wrap that up. Staff will have the branding and wayfinding kickoff meeting with KMA tomorrow. Public Works just today finished repainting the wall at Elsner Park, which the Citizen Advisory Committee had requested, so that in preparation for mural painting, it looks good blank, and it'll be a nice palette for the artists that they select. The city has received the final signed agreement from FDEP for the US 19 landscaping project. That's $450,000 that we can use for projects around 19. Burns and McDonnell firm will be providing a construction quote for the US 19 Grand Boulevard Crossing project that I know a lot of people are interested in for golf cart transit. The final plans have been submitted, and we're waiting the final permit from FDEM. Once the permit is received, the project will go out to bid. City staff will be attending the third program for public information multi-jurisdictional meeting with the county tomorrow. City staff contacted Colin Miller with McKim Creed for an update on the watershed master plan. Mr. Miller has CC'd me on communication being forwarded for awarding of a grant for the study to be conducted, and I'll keep council informed as progress happens there. This afternoon, city staff attended a Tampa Bay Coastal Master Plan workshop at the TVRPC regarding guiding principles and regional flood resilience. And we cooperate in so many ways with our neighbor next door, Newport Richey. And in that regard, I had a great meeting with the city manager there yesterday, where we discussed collaborating even further, where we can find other ways to work together. And then lastly, I think you could speak more to it, sir. The Grand Boulevard planning initial start kicked off, and you've got a walk around with the designers. And,
Yeah. So I forget the name of the company, CAI, I believe, and Tammy Verona, who's our planner. Is it CAI? Is that
CAI? Yeah. Claudia was.
Yeah, Claudia was the representative. So we had a quick meeting. They are in the process of. They went over and looked at the Grand Boulevard area, and they are drafting a proposal. They've done some work in the area. They had a packet from Claremont, Okeechobee, or
Claremont and Osceola County.
yeah.
Or city of Osceola.
Some examples of what they've done, but they're drafting a proposal. I don't think we've got that proposal back yet, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So once that comes back, obviously that'll come to council for review. But they basically go through and they kind of give you a picture, and they can go as in depth as you want. Like I said, the two packets were night and day. One was very, very detailed. The other was kind of summation, if you will, with just lighter material. But they can do different things based on what you want to pay for, obviously. So that's going to come back, and then we'll look at that and see if that's something we want to entertain, look at. So.
And then lastly, I think it's first on the agenda, where dredging has been an important issue for a lot of folks, and we're going to learn a little bit about that tonight from our visitor from Stantec. That's all I have.
Thank you. Okay, next up, comments from boards, committees. Is there any boards, committees to report? I have a couple boards, committee related things that I want to bring up. So in conversation with Ashley, we're having some issues getting responses back and meeting quorum in different boards, committees. And so I want to impress upon folks that if you're on a board or committee, it is a commitment. I know it's an unpaid commitment, but it's very important. We need these board committees to operate and to do business so that they can serve their role and they can report to council, and then we can take it forward. But we're having trouble meeting quorums and whatnot. And so what I'd ask is to take a look individually and see if it's a commitment you're going to be able to make, right? And if not, we perfectly understand that, but we need to make sure that seat's open so we can reach out and get somebody to fill it. We'll be able to do that. So take a long, hard look at that. I know we, as a council, re-up everybody, I think in October. I think a month or two before that, city clerk sends out letting everybody know, do you want to stay on the committee? When you respond back to that, make sure you do want to actually stay on committee and attend the meetings. And again, there's some procedural things that would make things a lot easier on the clerk. I believe she sends out, tries to request for a date if you don't have a set date to meet when you're available. And then also, if there is a set date, trying to get confirmation that you're going to do that when she sends out a calendar event. And so if you can respond back to that, yay or nay. If you can't make it, just say, hey, I can't make it. Here's the reason why. If it's personal, just say personal. But again, we don't want to get in a habit up here of having to kick people off committees that aren't showing up. We want to engage people. We want people to be engaged. But at some point, we've got to have those committees meeting. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but if you can't make the commitment, we appreciate you anyway. Just let us know so we can fill that spot with somebody else that might have a little more time. So I just want to put that out there. So going forward, Ashley, if you actually do your thing and let us know if you have any issues with individuals not responding back, so we can take action. So another thing on boards, committees, I'll bring up. I mentioned it to Andy. planning and zoning was set to meet today, was canceled, I guess, because they didn't have planning and zoning stuff to do. However, it was the consensus of council that we start looking at annexation possibilities, and we really need to get that work underway. And I know there's probably some staff time needs to be put forth before that to kind of give some guidance to planning and zoning. But that would have been a good opportunity to maybe use today's meeting to do some annexation conversations, at least preliminary. So it's kind of sad to see that was canceled. On that same note, I wonder if it wouldn't be prudent to reach out to the planning and zoning folks to see if we could get them to meet twice a month. And I know everybody hates another meeting, but if we have a planning and zoning meeting at the, like would have been today, and then next council meeting, they would meet again, they would talk about annexation. And again, that second meeting, as stuff comes and goes, might not necessarily need to be held. Or we can merge them into one, but we need to do some work around annexation to get somewhere on that. So think about that and see what maybe a good path forward is. And maybe we need another board. Maybe we need to create an annexation board.
Annexation and acquisition too have been brought up by some of the council, and we're looking at properties right now that the city may have a need for.
Yeah. So if we could maybe talk to the planning and zoning members and see what their preference is. Like I said, I would suggest maybe meeting twice a month if possible for as long as, if they don't have any planning and zoning business, obviously they would only need to meet once to do some annexation stuff if there was something. But I know there's a lot of stuff going on, and it's probably, if you're doing planning and zoning work, which we've had a lot of, the sign code's gone through there, several other things they're working on. You just can't throw another thing on them at the same meeting. They can't be here all day. So whatever works best.
We'll reach out.
Okay. And like I said, sure.
So you mentioned planning and zoning as far as acquisition, Andy. Who is actually at the bottom line? Who goes after properties for the city and or annexation? Who's is it on the planning and zoning committee, or is it CRA, or who is it?
I think it's me, sir. We don't have a property manager or something like that. So I've sent letters out to on 3 properties that we're interested in for our water treatment facility, water improvement, and we've got an offer in writing, or an initial offer. We haven't negotiated yet. I wanted to run it past council first, but for 2 of the 3 properties, kind of north of us here, and the other one property, the owner's out of town for another month, but he wants to meet with us. It wasn't listed for sale, but we looked up who owned it, and they're both interested. So, because I'm not an expert at real estate acquisition, I was talking with the attorney earlier about our options of getting a real estate attorney or hiring a realtor. We want to avoid conflict of interest. We have some realtors here on local boards, but we want to avoid conflict of interest with them representing. So we'd have to look to a realtor that's not on a board, but hopefully local.
Okay. Thank you,
sir.
Yep. Okay. Next up is our consent agenda. Look for a motion and or discussion.
Make a motion to approve the agenda.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion and second. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I'm noticing that the second line item there for 52-384-11 stated 325 from the city of Newport Richey for the limit in Broadway sewer. So evidently they're behind on sending us invoices for respective months. So that's April and May and June. They're still outstanding. That's 3 months at $50,000 a month. That's about $156,000. So we contacted them to address why they are late in getting their invoices to us.
Yes, my clerk reached out to them last week and again this week from what she told me today. So we haven't received any information back from them, but I'll reach out again tomorrow.
Well, maybe we can reach out to somebody in the audience there and maybe they can follow up.
I'll do that.
Oh, anything else?
No?
Okay. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, next up is council business. First up, item number 2, approval of Stantec Waterway Dredging Data Collection and Feasibility Analysis Services. I'll pass that to Mr. Butterfield for introduction.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. On direction by City Council, my predecessor initiated contact with Stantec Incorporated to create a proposal of services for the City of Port Richey's dredging program. Stantec has developed a comprehensive scope of services that encompasses all necessary studies and surveys required to obtain permits for dredging. If approved, the city will be using the piggyback contract form from used by Hernando County just north of us to make the purchase. And Matt is here today. He's got a presentation for the council on what this would involve. Welcome, Matt. Thanks for being here tonight.
Hello. Hello. My name is Matthew Starr with Stantec Consulting Services based out of Clearwater, Florida. Thank you for having me. We do have a scope in front of City Council currently. The purpose of this presentation is to run through the scope of services and explain what the proposed tasks are and answer any questions that you may have. So as Andrew mentioned, we've been working with the city over the past few weeks to develop a scope of work. We've gone back and forth on a couple things, and this is the current proposal that we have in front of you now. So if you don't know who Stantec is, we're currently doing a little bit of financial services work for the city with one of our groups out of our Tampa office. But we've been around about 70 years. We're 32,000 employees across 6 continents. We have 16 offices in Florida. For this project, our staff are based out of Clearwater, Tampa, and Riverview for the dredging work. I live in St. Pete myself, so not too far away from here. But we do a lot of coastal engineering and environmental services. If you're wondering who Stantec is when it comes to dredging, this is just a short list of local municipalities, counties, and cities within Florida where we're doing dredging projects currently. As Andrew mentioned, we are currently working for Hernando County, doing a waterway study for them, looking at a similar approach to dredge their coastal waterways and upland cut canals. We're doing similar work for the city of Tarpon Springs right now too, and getting further, south of here, east of here. We're working all over the state as well. So for this project, there are a couple different project areas. The primary location is Miller's Bayou. There's a lot of upland cut canals around the bayou. On the north side of the bayou, there are also 2 more upland cut canals, and then one that leads out to the Gulf. And there's also, it's a little bit hard to see on this screen here, but just to the east of Miller's Bayou, there's a little pond system in there as well that is included in this scope of work to look at dredging going forward. So in the scope of work that Stantec has, there's a couple different task items. We're going to review existing data, and we'll go through each of these in a second. Hydrographic survey, calculate volumes of dredge material, conduct a submerged resource survey for oysters and seagrass, also look at the sediment with a geotechnical investigation, engage the Corps and DEP about permitting, and then ultimately provide a memo for a path forward, and then present those findings to City Council at some point in the future here. So the first task, the city has had other consultants help them with dredging permits in the past. The city provided us about 13 years of historic permits, expired permits, data, all kinds of different dredge template designs. So our first task is to take that 13 years of data that is out there and see what is available, see what we can use, see what we can piggyback on to help get permits for this project going forward. Second task is a hydrographic survey. This is an example from one we did for Tarpon Springs a few months ago. We're going to go survey the canals that was on the figure within Miller's Bayou and around Miller's Bayou. It's about 7.5 miles of canals altogether. So no small feat for surveying here. We're also going to look at rock probes. We know that there's a lot of rock within the county, so we want to know how much sediment are in your canals, and then how much rock is in your canals. Because ultimately, if we want to dredge to -5 feet mean low water, there's a cost for sediment and there's a cost for rock. Obviously, the rock is going to be a lot more expensive, but as you can see in the example on the screen, with this data, we can determine the top of the sediment, bottom of the sediment and top of the rock, and then come up with volumes and help and really ultimately answer the question, how much is this going to cost from a construction standpoint? So once we get that data, again, this is an example from Tarpon Springs, just to the south of us here. We're going to go through and come up with a dredge template, look at how much volume is in each canal, and then ultimately be able to relate that to a cost going forward. So this is just an example with each one of these tasks, what we'll run through and ultimately provide with this deliverables to the city, and ultimately in a report and a path forward to the city. One of the big tasks here is the submerged resource survey. With any permitting in Florida, DEP and the Army Corps require a submerged resources survey, sometimes called a benthic survey, to look at seagrass, oysters, sponges, and soft corals. The regulatory agencies only accept this survey during seagrass growing season, which is dictated by the federal government. This must be conducted between June 1 and September 30th. And when this is completed, then we have 1 year to submit permit applications after this. So to move a project forward and submit permit applications, we have to get a survey done by the end of September. Otherwise, we have to wait till June 1st of next year before the agencies will accept any type of survey data from the field.
Can I ask a quick question?
Absolutely.
Is it within your plan to get that seagrass survey done prior to September 1, 30th, or 30th?
September 30th. Yep, so I've already talked with our staff in our Clearwater office. They've penciled it in for mid-August, pending the decision, to move forward with the scope of work tonight.
So that's going through every canal in the areas and
That-
a consensus of whether there's seagrass or any of
Yep. So what that involves, it's 3 scientists in the field. You have 1 person in the water, 1 person on the boat with a GPS, and then 1 person driving the boat. And they're just going back and forth up and down 7.5 miles of canal. So you'll see this is a big expenditure in the task, but it's very labor intensive to do this.
There's a follow-up question since you're on the topic.
Okay.
So I saw that as well, where it's only good for a year to submit the permits. So I guess my concern is, as we look at this, are we boxing ourselves in? We got to, of course, I want to move, obviously, but obviously cost prohibitive type things approach. I use big expense to dredge. So if we apply for the permits, how long are those permits then good for if they're applied for within that year time frame, or do we still have quite a bit of time? Or?
I touch on that on a slide.
Okay.
2 or 3.
Okay. I'll wait. Yeah. I wasn't sure if you covered that or not.
I'll tie it all together for you. So this is just part of the permitting process, is to collect data. One of the other things that the agencies require is a geotechnical investigation. So they want to look at physical and chemical analysis of the sediment, which basically lets us look at some of the priority pollutant metals, which are your arsenic, coppers, your semi-volatile organic compounds, and a couple other items on here as well. What this does is let us look at the sediment, see if there's any type of these constituents in them. We also look to see if they're above residential or commercial soil cleanup target levels. If they're below commercial target levels, they can be used for road base or paving material. If they're below residential levels, they can be used on a playground or spread as cover. A lot of different options. So this is something that lets us figure out where and what we're going to do with the material. But for permitting, the agencies also want to know what's in it, so they can say, all right, I'm going to permit you to take it to the landfill, use it for daily cover, use it for road base. That'll be part of the discussion down the line.
Quick question.
Yes, sir.
You have an existing dredge pile. Could that be investigated as well or added to the scope to determine what those
Been there too long.
metals might be in there and it can be used or sold in another
Are
source?
you referring to the previous canal that was dredged a few years ago where the material stocked?
Dredge material that's sitting there now.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's certainly something we could take a look at. It would just be a matter of taking a couple of soil samples and providing them to the lab.
And then these then you could, and we could potentially have a source to dispose of that at that point,
Correct.
and maybe even make money on it.
Potentially, there's always a need for fill. So we can certainly discuss that with staff and see what direction they may give us. Okay, that's one of the tasks for geotechnical investigation. Talking about permitting. So after the data collection is complete here, we have to determine a permitting pathway forward and the type of the permit that the agencies may issue. DEP, they could issue general permits or environmental resource permits. A full environmental resource permit is about 9 to 12 months for review and approval after application. The Army Corps of Engineers, they could issue a maintenance dredging permit as a nationwide, or they could request us do an individual permit. What we're seeing from the Army Corps right now is about 24 to 36 months on the permitting timelines. This is due to, in reality, staffing shortages in Florida. There's just a couple people that process these applications, so it takes a long time to get them through. And what you want to do is you want to get your permit basically in line. So to answer the mayor's question about timing on this, so what we would do is collect the seagrass survey, and basically from the date of that survey, we have 1 year to submit a permit application. Once we submit the permit application, and we're within that 1 year time frame, if it takes 24 to 36 months to go through the permitting process, we still check the box. We did our due diligence, did the survey, and submitted it on time to the agencies.
They're not going to come back and say, well, this is 3 years old.
Now you need another seagrass survey.
They could potentially do that. I have not seen them do that. But that's a negotiating item here. You know, and really what we're going to do, we do the seagrass survey, and then we can optimize our dredge template design. If we see there's some seagrass here, you know, we can design our channel around it to potentially avoid impacts to it. So that's something that'll come out during the process. But as far as an updated seagrass survey during the permitting process, I have not seen that. Not to say it could not happen, but we have about a dozen of these permit applications in right now, and they haven't asked for it.
And the other side of the question, more important to me, is let's forget those time frames. Let's say we put the application in within that year, and they come back and they grant a permit. What's the duration of that permit normally?
So the DEP permit, these are typically 5-year permits, and then you can apply for extensions.
Okay.
So the big thing here is, as the city works over the next couple of years to find funding for the project, it's not very expensive to maintain your permit and extend it. I have a permit with the city of Naples I've extended since 2007. You know, they've had it for 18 years. You get this permit, they might ask you to do a seagrass survey in the next 5 or 10 years, but that's a little bit of money to spend to not have to go through the big lift at the beginning.
Right.
So that's how the DEP works. They're 5-year extensions. Army Corps is typically a 5-year extension, a 5-year extension, and then a 2-year extension. At that year 12 mark, they want to see an updated hydrographic survey because the volumes of material are probably going to have changed in the last decade.
Right.
They want to make sure the numbers in their permit still reflect the current intent of the project. And then after that 2-year extension, then you can get another 5. You know, so you can easily extend these out for the next 15 to 17 years if you don't let them expire. If you let it expire, we start over.
Yeah, and I guess have you seen some of the permits and stuff that we had in the past?
I have.
Is that what happened? They just let expire and
Expired.
so that's
Essentially, we just flushed all that money down the drain.
I'm not going to comment on that, but
Well, I just did.
we're here to help with the current project and the current requests by city staff.
And I did hear you say something. This is a scope of -5 feet.
That is the intent right now. So -5 feet in Florida is pretty standard for quote unquote maintenance dredging. If we go below -5 feet mean low water, the regulatory agencies look at it as new dredging, and you get into the discussion of creating new waters of the state. And essentially they're going to make you pay a fee to create new waters and dredge deeper than that. So
Deeper than that here.
No, and
it's possible. You know, we can permit it. It's just
we were thinking this was
state for it.
maintenance dredge, which would just remove the sediments that's there. Now, if there happens to be a rock in the middle of something that we need to move out of the way, then pull that rock. But
Yep.
predominantly, these canals have got 3 foot of dredge or sludge
Yep. Muck in there.
that needs to be, and you're only talking about the center 20 feet, right?
That's still to be determined. We have to do our surveys and come up with a dredge template design. But typically, we offset our template from docks, seawalls, boat lifts, structures, anywhere from 5 to 10 feet, just to avoid any impacts that may happen. So you could potentially be looking at a 20-foot cut in some of the more narrow canals, but that may fluctuate. It could be 20, 25. It could vary. That'll kind of vary with the width of the canal. Because we also want to clean up the waterways too. The muck is not good from an environmental water quality standpoint. We get all the muck out that helps enhance the seagrass and oysters and
Well, and
other
it all was,
everything out.
it all landed there because of stormwater runoff. That's what we're trying to do, is improve our waterways, improve our stormwater runoff, and potentially address opportunities where grants can help us facilitate this cleanup.
Exactly.
And the 60 years of avoiding maintenance dredging on these canals. That's what we're trying to accomplish.
Yeah, it's a big task.
Touch on it. You've got Stantec has grant seekers that
Can help
will help
provide.
look for grants to help us pay them.
Matt, I've got a question,
Yes.
Chris. So this is a big ticket, to get you guys to go out there and see what we need to do to actually get the permits. Is there anything, because we change, we die, we move on. The city managers, they seem to come and go like used car salesmen. I mean, nothing against you, Andy, but they come and go pretty quick. What is there? Do you guys have anything in place to have a red flag come up and say, hey, by the way, City of Port Richey is at 5 years? Is there anything at all you guys have?
Can you rephrase the question again? I'm not sure I understand you.
Do you guys have anything that would remind us that we need to refresh that permit? Or do we just move on and somebody forgets that, we start over again?
Hopefully we're still working for you in 5 years. And with my current clients, I usually touch base with them about once a year. Say, hey, you got 2 years left, you got 3 years left. We don't have an official mailing system. It's near the list of clients I mentioned earlier. I just talk.
Database or anything that you have that
We could certainly look at an automatic mailer, but
I think the answer to the question is the onus is on us to make sure that we act on the permits we have.
Yeah, well, it's real simple.
That's my
We
worry.
assign the role to somebody to ride herd on it, and that's their job.
Yeah.
And my next question would be is to Ashley, do we have anything in place to remind us of anything like that kind of stuff?
His name is Sal. He's the corporate knowledge. But your point's taken, Vice Chair.
I mean, you can set up,
Aren't you putting the calendar together?
put it on the calendar, you can set up things like that, but unfortunately, in the past, the reason why some of these, these permits have lapsed is, change in administration, change in council.
Right.
We've been working on this dredging program for over 20, 25 years. And, we only have had one canal completed so far. But that's because your council changes, administration changes, and then that administration is given new direction, and they follow that direction. And in order to keep this coming, it needs, a strategic plan that the council puts in place should supersede no matter what changes, administration changes or council changes. And as long as you stick to that strategic plan moving forward, you will have those opportunities to renew permits or continue projects that go 5, 10, 15, or even 20 years. Because this program, once started, you technically don't really stop. Because even when you get to the end of that last canal, you're still going to go back and redo that first canal. Maybe not take out as much as you did the first time, but it's that maintenance you want to do. And then get to a point where you're literally not taking anything at all. Then you can take a 5-year break, reassess, but you never really stop the program. It's like paving roads. You never really stop. You're always doing something to the roads. So it's the same thing that you want to do to these canals and extend past council and administration at the same time.
I think when we look at this, we make a decision to move forward. We need to make a decision to move forward, and we stay the course and we complete the project. It's probably in the past. It's start these things, we throw some money at it, and things change, and then it just goes by wayside. That's if that's the way we're thinking, we probably will just stop here and not do anything.
That's what I'm getting to. I think we have a responsibility to make this not like a whim or a feel.
Right. No,
This is part of we
commitment,
have to.
reality.
It needs to be in our code. This is what we do. This is part of the program. So when they get up here, it's not like how they feel about it.
And I think we can look at things possibly to try to.
Back to the goals that we set up. We need to go back and revisit those goals. And in the past, council started it down one path and then did a hard right rudder. And we're working on the waterfront district and no longer looking at canal dredging. And they let all the permits expire. And the residents missed out on it.
Yeah.
So going forward, we need to keep the goals present, annual reviews of our goals, and ensure that the appropriate goals that the residents feel are appropriate are moved to the front and ensure that we move forward on them. So
I can assure you this is important to the residents.
Yes.
Everyone I
Well,
talk to, this is
keep it in old business and categorize it. Old business is constantly there to
Yeah.
review every meeting, actually.
Andy?
I think
Sorry.
Sal said it well, and I appreciate that. I kid him about being no corporate knowledge, but Sal and I were just talking this week about making sure we have a modern system, because your point's well taken, Vice Mayor, of capturing deadlines. So 6 months out, you get a reminder. Great to have an enduring relationship with somebody like Matt, too. We're trying to pick our engineers to be young so we don't have to change them very, very often. And but I think Sal put it really well. It's like paving the roads. It should be part of it. It's just I think you called it the family jewels or the crown jewels, and it's a strategic asset that we need to maintain. Keep the canals from ever getting close to clogging up. So. But I appreciate the point of making sure it doesn't drop by the wayside. At least the old material that the city had, I dug through my drawers, my old desk, and we found a lot of stuff. It's a good, at least helpful historic knowledge and starting point, right, Matt?
Absolutely.
We gave you, yeah.
And some of our other clients that we work for, the city of Tarpon Springs, they have dredging maintenance written into their charter. City of Naples, they have it written into their code of ordinances. So maybe there's something you could potentially look at where you get it in writing. So 20 years from now, somebody can go in there and say, oh, they made a decision to move forward in this pathway. It might be worth a quick reach out to some adjacent communities on how they do that. But I think I have one or two more slides left here, and this is just a summary slide, of the fee that's proposed in the Stantec scope of work to wrap this up. And the final slide here was just questions. I know we had a few already, but anything else?
If you want to go back to that slide with the money on, I had.
Sure.
So a couple of these things, you guys are subcontracting out to a couple different entities, right?
Correct.
And I saw in the packet those costs were there. And so if we look at task 101, which is 129,854, so that my question is that's going out to Morgan and Eklund Inc.
Yep.
On their estimate, it was like 102,279 and 10,959. So 113. I guess you guys are doing something on top of that. Is that?
So with the Hernando County contract, we mark up our expenses 10% and subs 10%. So basically that's 10% on top of the subs fee for us to review their deliverables, pay their invoices, insurance stuff.
Just to clarify, it didn't spell that out necessarily in here. And is that saying there was another amount? It seemed like it might have been more than 10%, but it was the.
There's a geotech sub for chemical testing. That's Pace Labs in Tampa.
The PACE and the TSF.
And then TSF Geo, that's for the physical testing. They're over in Tampa too.
And so your amount was 31,456, right? Yeah. For geotechnical. And if I add the TSF and PACE together, it was let me get down to that. PACE was 9,200. The TSF was 7,500. So that's more than 10%. So is it?
Those are just the lab testing fees. So the Stantec staff, we have to go out and collect the sediment, put it in jars. So the other 15-ish of that is our labor to go out on a boat, collect the samples.
And that's kind of what I thought. That's kind of what I thought.
Combination of the two, and those hours and breakdown are also included in the back of the scope as well.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yes, sir.
some of the scope in your diagrams and stuff, I know the canal or the bayou area that's east of Old Post Road,
Okay.
right on my canal. That's a non-navigable water. You can't get through a boat through a 2-foot pipe. It doesn't go anywhere. So why would we would be dredging that is beyond me.
I can tell you.
Okay.
All the sediment dumps into that pond there, and that pond is overfilled. Anyway, that's
I get that.
but why'd you ask? I'm just curious.
So, well, because
Don't think it's necessary.
I don't think it's necessary.
You don't think it's necessary to pull the muck out of that thing?
Well, no.
I
And
do.
I think
It's a
think
natural
that
waterway.
doesn't need to be a priority. It could be later on in scope, but the point being is that area never runs to dirt. My canal runs to dirt.
Dave, everything that's in your canal comes from there.
I get that.
It all comes from there. So why would you clean that body of
that
water
could be
out?
accomplished in a lot of ways. They can build a weir in front of that so it traps the sediment at the front end of that thing, and then they can remove it periodically. But the point is it's non-navigable. You can't get out past Old Post Road. It's a pond or a retention pond essentially. So for what it's worth, and it's not a lot of area.
Well, if you dredge it out, you're still going to have sediment coming out of there.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
Right.
That's where the sediment's going to go to.
If you're not accomplishing
If you
anything.
don't suck the stuff out of it, the dirt's going to come down. It's going to run right across it, just like a washboard that doesn't have any ripples in it. All the stuff's going to run straight across to your canal and fill
So
it
you're
up.
saying you dredge that out so all the material settles in there instead of the canal.
That's the idea behind that.
I think that's the design. As water flushes in there, the sediment drops and doesn't go back out.
And it doesn't go into Dave's canal. Or in front of my
One
dock where there's
question I
2
had.
feet of muck.
I had another question on the material. From my understanding, the river was dredged a couple years ago from Port Richey Marina, and they had the material tested, and it tested clean. They said as far as very low arsenic and heavies.
Okay.
If that's the case, do we have options on locating the material once it's been dredged? Like, can we put that outside the old spoils outside the river to help protect the waterway there? Or does it have to be specifically put on land?
Let's take a look and see what's in it first. If it's more muck and organic consistency, the Army Corps is probably not going to let you put it offshore. If it was like nice coarse sand and it's going to sit in one place, they'd probably let you do it. But the muck is very fine material, so when that gets suspended, it kind of disperses. And obviously with seagrasses offshore and hard bottom, they're probably not going to bite on that. I'm 99% sure for this project, they're probably going to require upland disposal for the material. And if there's arsenic or copper in it, some of that's easily explainable. And, arsenic's naturally occurring in Florida soils, so they don't really harp on that one too much. And copper, that's going to be in your bottom paint on boats. It's going to be in your pressure-treated pilings that are in the water. So sometimes we'll see those too. But 9 times out of 10, when we get that material on land, dry it, let the sun naturally attenuate it, you bake it, mix it all back together, dry it, and when we retest it, it comes back clean. So, in situ, it might be there. We get it out, dry it, mix it with good material, and then we can find something to reuse it for on the upland side rather than just the landfill. But sometimes the landfill, they need daily cover, so they'll just take it for free, if we truck it.
They would like to restore the island, the spoil outside the river for protection from storms and so forth. Yeah, Durney Key. But if the sand is possible,
If it was more sandy, coarse material, you'd probably have some better success with that. Yeah, but if this is going to be organic muck, kind of stinky material,
muck.
yeah, they're not going to do it. I just did a project in Tampa Bay with it, and Army Corps said no. So you can always ask, but they're probably going to make it go upland.
So I had a question on the scope. We had the diagram that showed the Miller's Bayou and then the 2 canals above that. I've got an old diagram here, Taylor Engineering, and I'm not sure if this was in. There was a bunch of dredging documents put together before. I think that was forwarded on to you guys.
Yes.
This map may or may not have been in there, but some of the other work was. But this was a good full map of the city, and there were some things in here that were originally scoped. And the reason I bring it to your attention is you guys kind of covered the yellow. And I think you had a couple of these green ones here
And the blue.
and the blue up here.
Yep, on the north side of the.
Obviously, this green one down here on the east side, that was actually done. That's where that's what created the dredge material site. Is the dredging that area. But we've got this connector down here with the Dieter Circle, the red, as well as these green inlets here and some of these other canals. I guess where did that scope that you had come from, and why does it not include some of these other things that were part of the city as well?
Sure. So we had two scoping meetings with city staff, and we actually looked at all the canals up on the wall and said, do we want to do anything on the south side of the Cody River? And we collectively decided with city staff that they may not need to be done right now. So we were just going to focus on the north side of the river.
Okay.
What about the west side of US 19?
I'm sorry, one more time.
The west side of US 19 over there on the bottom right of the screen. You got that little green area. It's already been dredged. But there's an area all the way along
That's
that bank
east.
all the way up to Newport Richey.
You want east side 19?
East side 19.
East side, I'm sorry,
East
east
side
side.
of the river.
East side river on the east side of 19. Yes.
Yeah. That,
Right.
all
the way up. Our
Beyond
city,
that?
Yeah, our city goes further south.
yeah. There's
It
a
runs all the
Manatee
way up
Point.
to
there.
Manatee
2
Point.
blocks, yeah, 2 blocks past that.
And there's no water in there at low tide at all for anybody over there.
Some of that is a river, which probably is out of scope for the city, I guess, right? That
Potentially.
is probably the reason why, other than,
the city.
That's the city.
well, right, but there's different, I mean, that's a federal channel, I guess, that does the rivers, or what's state?
I believe the state did that most recently. But I mean, that's something that can certainly be for discussion. If there's other canals that need to be added, you'd probably want to do it now while we're doing the data collection.
Well, that's kind of what I'm wondering I mean, obviously, cost goes up,
It does.
right? So maybe it is more prudent to kind of cover
Well,
the
it's
line
one
share.
It's one
But-
lane. It's just one lane.
One lane. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
along the bank. It's not like there's canals.
And it's not that
canal.
far either.
No.
It's, because city limit is just 2 blocks.
This is a great exercise, and I'm just concerned about dropping 300 grand. And we've consulted with staff. We haven't talked to anybody else that's out there.
Where we're getting the message right now.
Okay.
That's what we're here for.
That's kind of why I'm bringing this up. So,
But some of that has been dredged already, so it's not necessary at this point. But they can survey that, but they can also look, like I said, you go all the way up to the end of Manatee Point, it's all part of the city. And you got low tide as a foot, sometimes 6 inches of water in there. You can't get your boat off only at high tide. I'm one of the fortunate ones. I can get my boat off most of the time, but at low tide, you can't get out of there. Even medium tide, a lot of people can't get out of there. They got boats, they can't hardly use them. And that's in the city limits. It's not inside the state waterway. That's in the bayou. That's Moonlit Bayou. That's us.
I wonder if it wouldn't be prudent for you guys just to go back and put a pencil to a larger scope, and then we have the full picture, and then we can say, okay, well, we'll take the red off, we'll take the green off, because I don't want anybody to be left out, and if they are being left out, we need to have the reason why,
Sure.
and we can show that cost. So we need to somehow phase this in. Obviously, the goal would be to get the whole area done, and obviously we can't eat the elephant at once, right? And so, but I think this initial thing, at least if we kind of scope it full, then we kind of know what it's going to take to do the whole area, and then we can kind of strategically pick.
Yeah, some
There,
of those
start
canals are like 9 feet deep. Some of the green ones on the west
Yeah,
side.
they may not need it, right?
Right.
So just because you're doing one canal doesn't mean you have to do that canal from the beginning to the end of it, correct? Can't you hit a canal that just has
A spot
bad
in it.
spots?
Yeah, he has to survey it to tell us that.
I mean, you don't necessarily have to dredge the whole length of every one of those canals.
Right.
We're
But
getting ready to take that measurement now, right?
But this is
Well,
just
let
the
me finish
measurement
this.
to determine the scope that will be bid out for a subsequent
Right.
dredge quote, right?
Go ahead, Matt.
We're gonna get documents that we will be able to bid with, right?
With this scope of work, this only takes you up through data collection and pre-application meetings. This is
allow us to bid with this.
this is phase one of the scope of work, because we want to see what that data is and see what we need to do to permit it. So when this phase of work is completed, we'll come back with a phase two scope of work for design, permitting, bidding, contractor, procurement, to get you to the finish line and get a contract.
How much would that cost?
Yeah, what do you anticipate?
We have to see how many canals need to be dredged, how deep we're going to go, and that's why I don't give a price for that now, because I got to get the data and see what it is. Otherwise, I'm going to have to throw a real conservative number out there, and I don't like to do that.
And so to go back to Councilman
Yes.
question, as you guys do your analysis, and let's just say that you take this one canal on the east side there, not in scope, but just for the small piece.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say that you guys look at that. Is your question, can you just look at the certain spot? Somebody actually doing it.
Because there might just maybe spots in that channel,
Correct. So
not necessarily the entire channel.
when we complete our volume calculation task and give plan views and cross view sections of the data back to the city, there's going to be a set of sheets in there that's going to show everything above -5 feet mean low water. So imagine like a sandbar, for lack of a better term. There might be some areas of the canal that are grayed out with no dredging, and there might be some lumps or shoals here, lumps or shoals there. So we'll know exactly where to permit and where to send a contractor for that. So we'll be able to pinpoint that with this survey.
And all the inside turns are always worse than the outside turns.
Yes, that's where the sediment's going to fall out a little faster.
So this comes back and says, here's your potholes. Here's where you need to fix them. Here's an entire road needs to be replaced.
And that's the intent of the feasibility memo at the end. Let us get the data, and then we're going to give you a recipe, a cookbook for here's the next steps, how you work through the project to ultimately bid the project, get a contractor, and start cleaning up these canals.
So you might be a quarter of a canal, half a canal.
Or you might be -9 and you have no dredging in a canal.
We had previously had discussion about, hey, let's just hit the problem areas to allow ingress and egress. So if we know that there's an oyster bar or silt in a particular canal right in the middle, maybe we just address that. And that will
That's what he's saying.
be in your study that we can say, hey, we can do this approach to doing it.
We've had
And you're
residents
going out at
already.
low tide?
For the surveys, all of our surveys are tied to an elevation of vertical datum of NAVD 88. So it doesn't matter if we're at high or low tide, we tie it to a datum.
And you can't use any of that data because that was in the previous studies, because I saw where they had very detailed drawings of every canal with the depth and where the rock was and all that material.
I mean, that's essentially what you're going to get from our study, but obviously
Use what we have to go ahead and go with that again, right?
we've had hurricanes and whatnot, and that the data is outdated at this point. Obviously, if there's rock data available, that's not going to change.
Right.
But the sediment data, that is going to fluctuate, year to year, decade to decade with that info.
Well, you think those hurricanes would really flush a lot of that out? Or brought more in. Or
Flushed
brought
it in.
more in.
It moved it. Well,
It moved it.
He's going to find out where it did. So I understand that.
What's y'all's thinking on the scope that they presented, obviously, which was Miller's Bayou, Blue, canals up there? Do you think we ought to table it and have them come back with a bigger scope
Now
to
you're
look
going
at?
to run against the seagrass thing. Is that
That's
going
right,
to be
that's
a
true.
problem?
Depends on how quick we can get a scope.
If we go a month, we're going to jeopardize that, right?
You're pushing the time limit at that point, because we've got the scientific diver teams. Like I have them in Cape Coral today on a project. We're just going to run out a window.
Okay,
Well, honestly, if we could, so if we were to get started with what we have, and then immediately start, because obviously you're going to take some time to do all this, we could have you guys look at some of the other stuff, and we could have an addendum to that later on, says add this on or whatever.
Potentially, yeah.
Okay.
And
Sorry this hasn't been done in the past 20 years, but here it is. We got to get this
60
done.
years.
And I don't care if we have to get a loan to finish this. How well have you done with grants, like a city like us and what we're doing? I know you can't make a commitment. I'm just
50-50. It depends. It depends on what funding's available at the time.
right.
It changes fiscal year to fiscal year. It just depends. And if you can show that the project is not just for navigation, it's more for water quality enhancement, enhance the oysters, the scallops, et cetera.
Right.
Then that opens you up to more like National Fish and Wildlife Foundation funding, NIFWF.
Available. Well,
You just have to frame the project correctly.
Project, this is a 10-year view.
so go ahead.
What if you could show that it's for safety? Because our guys are running out on calls. If we had all that information and said, hey, especially in that area where they need to go out.
The FWC does have grant programs, so potentially from the state side, you might have some opportunity there.
But does safety come into play? It should.
I've seen it come into play where if one of my clients has a very adamant, police department, fire department, where they say, hey, I can't get my fireboat out at low tide. I need help. If they get if the grant gets support from local leaders, let's say, I have seen better response with that, versus just kind of, the consultant asking for a grant for a client, actually getting the stakeholders involved, writing letters, making phone calls. That does go a long way.
Thank you.
So I don't want to get too far in the weeds. Obviously, there's lots of pieces of this. Funding is a big piece, obviously, but we need to get started on this. We have to do this work, this preliminary work, to do the study and find out what we're up against. So,
Well, you should do.
I think we
I like to see them analyze the whole shoreline.
yeah, I think we get started what we got, and then immediately look at adding the rest of the stuff in. Anything that's missing from this diagram. This is something that is about as comprehensive as I've seen.
And I see another one that's missing. If you go back to this slide,
Let me stop put that.
it's the one right after the sandbar, right off of Hooters. It's that big long canal that.
You'll pull up his diagram.
Yeah, pull up with the Miller's Bayou diagram. That one. You see that one that's just where it says 200 typical, right
Like a horseshoe.
at the bottom? There's nothing there.
Oh, right there in that little curve.
So that's missing. And then you got the cut that runs out to basically the shortcut coming out to the the Cody River, that we should be just going along the docks and not making that dog leg to the right.
That should go down along the docks.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that doesn't make any sense. Why are we making a shortcut there? That's where the shrimpers go out, and they make a shortcut, but the actual channel runs along the docks.
Right up to Port Richey Marina.
Right.
Yep.
So there are some changes that probably need to be addressed,
That's not a big deal. We can
but-
point that out to
but
them.
I think we can adjust that on the fly, right?
Yeah, if we have to shift where the survey lines are in the field, that's not a problem.
Yeah.
I think the larger discussion is what canals do you want to include in the project?
Right.
We just went through a similar exercise with the city of Tarpon Springs in 2024, where we did, I'm going to call it a short list of canals, did our scope of work, presented it, and then ultimately the residents came out, additional city staff came on board, and they wanted to expand the project. So essentially we had to start over from day one and do everything again to include all the other canals in it, because it's a year later, missed seagrass season, et cetera. So I think if we can certainly revise our scope. If you just tell us, hey, we want to include here, here, and here, not a problem. And that way, when we send the surveyors in the field, the scientists in the field, we're not paying to mob and demob multiple times. We hit it hard while we're out there and get it all done at once.
The motion.
I've got.
Yes.
I represent homeowners in Harbor Point, and we have a marina. We actually have a marina with all the boats in there,
Okay.
and it's right on the Cody River. And there's a whole bunch of area in there that needs to be dredged. We have nobody looking at it or saying anything about it because nobody from there is here, and I'm here.
Right.
So I would be kind of derelict of duty if I didn't say, hey, we got a problem over there that we need to look at too.
Yeah, there's lots of.
Well, if you go back to your graph up there, it would show that. But you said we got 7.5 miles of canal right now.
The way it's currently drawn.
So maybe it's 8.5.
Mhm.
You know, I mean, round numbers, you're gonna do cost per unit times, you know, so it's
my
good.
point. If we're going to do it,
Yeah.
you know, if we're going to do this, if we're going to make this our water community and fix the problem we got, you know, we're going to eliminate Harbor Point. You know,
No,
Yeah.
they're a huge
maybe
town
comprehensive.
business for us. You know what I mean?
No, it needs to be in there too.
Yeah.
We need to look at all the residents that are impacted.
Just right now, we've got 200,000 budgeted to get started, and we think finance director can reassure me, but I think Penny from Pasco could provide the delta that we would need to get this going, and then kind of an a la carte menu after that to add on these extra areas.
So we got another budget cycle getting ready to kick off. We got 3 months left in this year. It's not gonna happen. All these payments aren't gonna be due up front. They're gonna be timed out over 3-4 months, right?
Right.
So we're gonna have phase one for 200,000 this year, and we'll put 300,000 or 400,000 in next year,
But we
right?
need to get started.
Yeah.
So I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the purchase of Stantec Waterway dredging data collection and feasibility analysis services, and give Andy, the city manager, and Nancy, the city attorney, authority to negotiate a contract for the city manager to approve.
Second is any other discussion?
Yes, I think we also need them to rescope this in that process and determine what else is missing from this chart so that we move forward with the complete picture instead of a piecemeal approach.
Agreed.
So
Yep.
accept that. Well, okay. Any other questions, comments? Okay. Any public comment? Okay. Seeing none, I'll bring it back for a vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you all for your time.
We'll be
and,
working with you closely soon.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Matt.
Okay. Next up, we've got 3 items that are quasi-judicial items. So I'll start with item number 3, 7717 Pier Road Demolition Appeal. I will pass that to Ms. Meyer for introduction.
Actually, if I could, before we do that, if you can look at agenda item number 5, which is 7545, 7541, 7547 Pier Road. I believe the owner of that property or the interested persons for that party and the building official have come to an agreement. If council is amenable to table that for 30 days. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Second. Motion table and second. Any further discussion? And this is on agenda item number 5.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so now if we make that.
So is any,
Oh, sorry.
any public comment on item number 5? Okay, seeing none, I put to a vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. So item number 5 is tabled.
Thank you.
And go back to item number 3.
Yes, and I'd like to, before we get started with item number 3, talk about what's going to happen for item number 3 and number 4. They're the same process. I sent a memo earlier this week to kind of give you a breakdown of the code and the provisions of the code that this falls under. This is an appeal of a demolition order that's been issued by the building department. The way this will work is, in this first case here, Dr. Janelli is here. He will have a chance to tell you why he does not think that the slum and blight order is proper for his property, with any testimony or evidence that he has brought to share with us today. Once he is done speaking, the building official or myself on behalf of the city can ask him questions. Then, of course, council can ask him questions. Once that is complete, the building official and myself will present information for council to consider. Dr. Janelli can then ask the building official questions, and council can ask the building official questions. Then you guys can do your thing and make your decision. They are quasi-judicial, and of course, the next one will run the same path. So at least Dr. Janelli will be with the other applicant. The code provisions I provided explains to you the different options that you have. Once you hear all the evidence and facts presented of what you can do, you can agree with the appeal and say we don't feel that we feel that the information the appellants brought forward shows that the property does not meet the standards the building official has opined on. Or you can say, no, we deny the appeal, we agree with the building official. Or the third option is similar to what we just did. You basically could give them more time if they've explained their plan for reconstruction or rehabilitation. In theory, per your code, that information should have been provided already. So the building official could review it, but you still could do that today and let them have more time to do that. So as mentioned, these are quasi-judicial, so I do want to remind you of what that means. These are quasi-judicial proceedings where the city council acts in a quasi-judicial rather than a legislative capacity. At a quasi-judicial hearing, it's not council's function to make law, but rather to apply a law that has already been established. In a quasi-judicial hearing, council is required by law to make finding of fact based upon evidence presented at the hearing and apply those finding of fact to previously established criteria contained in the city's code of ordinances in order to make a legal decision regarding the application before it. Council may only consider evidence at the hearing that the law considers competent, substantial, and relevant to the issues. If competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrate the applicant has met the criteria established in the code, then council is required by law to find in favor of the applicant. By the same token, if competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates the applicant has failed to meet the criteria, council is required by law to find against the applicant. At this point, I'll ask if any council member has had any ex parte communications regarding the application for agenda item number 3.
So I have spoken with Dr. Janelli a long time ago, back when this was on the agenda, back in 2023, I believe. But haven't spoken to him since. So I'm familiar with the case, obviously, from that conversation.
Anyone else?
One more. And then Tate, who's also here, he reached out to me yesterday and asked a question. I said I had not reviewed the material, that I'd be reviewing it that evening. That was the extent of that. I said we'd review all basically described how quasi-judicial hearing works, and that we'd be presented with both staff and the opportunity for the applicant, and then we'd take that information and we would apply the law accordingly.
Okay. Anyone else? Right. Anybody on council have a conflict of interest with this application?
No.
Okay. Anyone providing testimony regarding to this hearing, would you please stand and be sworn by the city clerk? That includes staff.
For everybody?
Yep.
And the agenda item number 4, I'm not sure what the address is for that.
7717.
If you go ahead and be sworn also, anyone testifying on that behalf.
Stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Perfect. You may be seated.
Okay, so Dr. Jeff, if you want to take a seat, the first the order is that staff presents first, and then it comes to you. So
This one is different. He presents first.
that's not, why is it different? Just out of curiosity.
The way you're
Hold on, Bo.
Oh, okay. I stand corrected. I have old procedures here that says that staff present first.
That's why
First.
it's in that part.
Yeah, I didn't have that there. So now the applicant will present. I'll turn the floor over to you, Dr. Janelli. Welcome.
Thank you very much. First of all, I think you guys did the right decision on that last agenda item. I can't imagine that you've been doing this for 20 years, but I feel your pain. 60 years. But I feel your pain on what we're going through with this Pier Road, and I liked your comment about the city managers. They're like car salesmen. They come and go. And fortunately, you have a really good building inspector here. I might not agree with him tonight, but this is a good guy for the city of Port Richey. As we stand here tonight, we are ready to, because our building permit expired, we are ready to submit a new building application for building plans. Fortunately, in this situation, we had my contractor, my engineer, and Mr. Tate had big disagreements with Mike Alexander, which is no longer with the city. We did have a building permit in place, and there were some issues with a lot of, first of all, we've done a lot of work on the house, a lot of work with the foundation. We've been maintaining the house. It's painted. The land is clear, and we maintain it as best we can. So in hindsight, if we would have finished the permit as we originally applied, the hurricane came, we took water in the house, and everything that we did other than the foundation would have had to be redone. So we have corrected the foundation, we have corrected the lintels and other structural issues in the house. The bathroom is demoed, the kitchen is demoed. We need to replace the kitchen, we need to replace some drywall that was affected from the storm, and build out the bathroom, and some other issues that we've found since the storm. So in hindsight, the previous city manager, I called him, 6 times, never received a phone call back. I sent him a couple of emails. Those were never answered. and Mr. Tate is more hands-on than this than I am, than I have been. My contractor and my engineer would have liked to be here tonight, but we were only given a 1-week notice about this meeting. We were sent a letter that we got a week ago Tuesday, and they had other engagements. They couldn't be here. They would have loved to be here to tell you that in their professional opinion, this house does not meet the standards for demolition. We can be in and out of this house in 6 months, completely finished. In fact, probably less than that, as soon as we can get the permits from the city. If you want to give us a little more time, we can come in with a new set of, since the permits have expired, we need to redo everything. So we've lost our fees that we paid for the original building permit, which we'll do. So we can come in with a new set of plans, new engineered plans for building department's approval. If you want to give us some more time, we can do that very quickly. After the hurricane, I had 11 properties that were affected by the last 2 hurricanes. I had only one here in Port Richey. So I've extended 2 other building permits. To get a contractor, I couldn't get a hold of anybody for 6 months. I mean, it was a mess. So my contractor is still backed up, but he would move forward and get on this as quick as possible. So Mr. Tate would like to add to it. We have some pictures of the house that we'd like to show you.
I guess you just ask the council.
Thanks.
That's fine. We'll need to make copies. Well, it needs to be on the record.
Yeah, in the record.
We also,
You can have them.
okay, we'll also need
Yeah.
to see them once you guys look at them. Maybe.
Do you need a vote to enter them in the record or no? Or-
I'm sorry.
We don't need a vote to enter them in the record, right?
Yeah,
That's
is there-
part of the process.
That's fine. It's when they make it all the way around.
Hello. I'd just like to say, Dr. Janelli spent thousands of dollars bringing this
Name
house.
and address for the.
Yeah, name.
Tate Lundquist, you can go 7730 James Clark would be fine. You can use that one. Dr. Janelli spent thousands of dollars on bringing this house up to standard from the previous building officials' likings. I oversaw the crews for the contractor, as I'm up in this area frequently. We're both from Clearwater, so I took it upon myself to give him a hand. I've spoken to Ms. Myers over the course of last year in September. We had emails going back and forth when the prior, I don't know if this is the same building official as last September, but I don't think it is. There was one in between Mr. Alexander and this gentleman, if I'm not mistaken. Wasn't there another guy?
I think it was somebody had somebody brief.
So he and I were talking, and then he went by the wayside. Matt Koppler or whatever was here. We had conversations. We thought we were going to move forward. Storms hit naturally, and here we are again. And the structural integrity of the house is there. And again, the work's been done. It needs lipstick and high heels is all it needs now. And Dr. Janelli's prepared to do that. So, I mean, I would just with you all just to give him 30 days time to get his plans submitted and get the thing up and running for y'all. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else speaking on behalf of the applicant? Okay, if not, then we open up to questions of the property owner by the building official.
Can we take a moment, let everyone look at the pictures?
Oh, sure.
So we
Yeah.
can look at them.
Yeah. So we'll just, if you could cue the Jeopardy music.
I got a question for you while we're looking at pictures.
You can't, here,
In case the question.
let's get, there's a very specific order you have to follow.
It's that lawyer part,
You're good.
I know. I'll have music next time.
Yeah, if we could get that on the.
Pay her big bucks to be rude.
While we're waiting, I just have a question. Why does Port Richey change city managers so often? Is it they get a better job? What's the reason?
That's a great question. Yeah.
Boy, that's hard. It's
They don't pay as much as the big cities, and they
yeah. I guess it's hard for continuity to have I feel sorry for you guys because you're representing the people, and people don't understand that, and it reflects on you guys. And I feel your pain.
There's a solution to every problem. So thank you, Greg.
Yes, there is. Time heals all.
Are you a medical doctor?
Optometrist.
Optometrist, okay. You got a great bedside, by the way.
Thank you. So do you.
Thank you, sir. I'm a car salesman.
We've all sold cars in the past, so I guess we're all car salesmen.
What's that?
I don't know. I've not seen him sell a car yet, but he's got swagger and all that.
Go on Facebook Marketplace. He's probably got 2 for sale.
Given the opportunity.
No, I've been working for you to sell cars.
He's been trying to sell me on that Tesla Cybertruck. It ain't working.
I mean, I know yours is rusting as we sit here. Okay? It's got Nissan.
Speaking about Tesla, my brother-in-law just leased one. Incredible deal. $300 a month for 2-year lease.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, $1,600 up front.
It's a great deal.
Yeah,
The Y or the Cybertruck?
why the Y one?
The Y is about the bomb.
Yeah.
The new Y.
How could he? You can't drive a car for $300 a month.
You there, Matt? You could get yourself a Cybertruck. I mean, a Model Y, new Model Y.
What model is yours? 3. Is that like a cheapie?
Long range. No, sir.
Nice car.
That's where they try.
Tough room. Yeah, it's tough group. We good?
You're ready.
Okay, so next up is questions of the property owner by the building official. I'll turn it over to our building official.
Thank you. It's gonna be me though. Sorry, just a couple questions. I think at this point, can you tell me when these pictures were taken?
I can. Through the course of the work that was being performed by the contractor's subs, I'm going to go with early 24 to right when I emailed you, September of 24. And in fact, I met Mr. Alexander out there, and he couldn't see one of the piers, and I said, Mr. Alexander, I'll break it open. There's rebar in there. He was questioning whether or not there was rebar in there. I even had photographs, and he wouldn't take those as evidence that there was rebar in them. And I've learned through this course of this whole endeavor that photographs is just as good as him seeing it before it's poured.
Yeah.
It's not. It's not.
No.
I'd like to learn how I was told it was.
We'll talk about that in a minute.
That's cool. So anyways, so that's different opinions on that. But anyways, so early 24 to September 24, those photographs, and I have date stamps on them. If you like, I can get them out of my.
That's fine. I was just
gallery
curious.
on my phone.
Okay, but I don't have anything else at this point.
Is it?
Thank you.
So no more building official questions? No. Okay, so next up is questions of the property owner by the city council. Have any questions? I'll ask a question.
I got it.
Go ahead.
I did.
Yes, sir.
Proper. I'm on. Ashley, I'm on. I'm leaving it on this time, just so you know. This house is owned by you. Is it an investment property or is it one of your residents?
It's an investment property. It's a rental.
It's an investment rental? Okay. I saw the pictures that were produced there. I mean, to me, it looks like solid work. You know, it looks like quality stuff's going on.
Yes, sir. It is.
Yeah. But I'm not the building official, so.
We've spent a lot of money there so far. I don't want to throw that down the drain, and we're close to getting it finished. And if my engineer goes back in, he's inspected it. If we do some more demo work and he goes back in before he does his work, and we have to alter the structural plans or whatever, we will certainly do that. In his opinion, it's fine. That's his professional opinion. And so as my contractor says it's fine. But when we resubmit, we will obviously need to redo the plans and redo the application and update the engineering. He's got to seal the plans. So we're comfortable with doing whatever changes that need to make it to code.
Nancy, if I step over my bounds here, let me know.
I'm on it.
If I saw you communicating with the building official, I've known the building official to be helpful, but sometimes if he tells you to go left and you go right, he's going to like, hey, stepped over your thing. You know what I'm saying? You got to stop that stuff. So where are you at with the building official right now?
I think the biggest issue with him is timing, that we haven't been timely. I don't think he's been inside the house to inspect it. When we originally had a conversation, it was very nice, and we were working on a solution. And I think his biggest issue is that in his eye, we have been kicking the ball down the road, and we haven't done things in a timely manner. And even my wife said tonight before I came here, do you really want to fix this house now? We're in hurricane season. What are the chances of having another hurricane and you fix it? And I said, Vicki, we'll fix the house. But that's her mentality of fixing things. So I think his biggest issue is not what we've done or haven't done or what we're going to do. It's just our time in getting things done.
That's a good segue into my question, actually. So my question, I've been sitting here for a couple of years, and so I'm familiar with when it came before me last time. Matter of fact, I stuck my neck out, if you will, because I was a little concerned of what I was hearing. And so you had an ethics complaint filed against me. That was one of the things, an ethics complaint. So my question is back in 2023 when this came about, and it was actually before council to approve the demo. At that time, the appeal process had passed. Again, my understanding was there's some process stuff that was not followed or whatever, and so here we are today. And so you said that we probably knocked out in 6 months or whatever. Well, back in 2023, when it didn't get demolished, and I'm assuming there's some stuff happened. I think the pictures were early 24. The hurricanes didn't happen until late 24. And so, my question is, I know there's been some effort put into property. I can also say that as I've driven by there, I've just seen it, nothing happened too. So I kind of wonder why there's not a sense of urgency to finish this. And if you could explain kind of what's really delaying it.
I'm on my third contractor that pulled the permit in when we started.
Yeah.
And we had 2 other contractors, and that didn't work out. So I interviewed 2 other contractors. We had signed an agreement to go to contract, and his bid came in. It's a long story, but he wasn't honest with me. Yeah. So we went through we're on our third contractor, who presently pulled the permit, was ready to renew the permit, and is ready now to pull the permit this time.
Yeah.
And I promise you, in 6 months we'll be out of there.
Yeah. And I can sympathize with that, because contractors finding good ones is especially hard, but finding just somebody to take the job is sometimes challenging as well. So it probably makes some sense that there was some issues there.
We just rented a house to a couple who rented a house. They were in the house for the second month, and the realtor came and knocked on the door and said, "What are you doing?" And the guy says, "We rented the house." He had a lease. The house was owned by a bank, and the person took down the for sale sign, put a for rent sign up, and leased the house to a couple, took their last month in security deposit, and it wasn't their house. And they came to us pleading, "Could you rent us? We don't have the first, last, and security. This is another property in another county."
And so what's the last bit of work that's been done? How recently have you been working on it, I guess?
Well, first of all, there was a demo order issued, and then it was done, I say, illegally or not according to code, and it was pulled. So they pulled it back, refunded my $400. Then this building inspector came on, we had a conversation, and then we were going to move forward, and then they issued another demo permit, another demo order. We asked for an extension, but you can't do anything when the demo order's in place.
So basically,
We could have been, if Mike Alexander wouldn't have been I don't want I'm in public here, but yeah, if Mike Alexander would have been cooperative, we wouldn't have been here. I wouldn't be here right now.
so basically, when the hurricane, since the hurricane, that's been done since hurricanes because,
It's been done since the hurricane.
and that's because the ability to get a permit.
We've cleaned the place up and maintained it.
Any other questions?
And the reason for the hurricane is I couldn't get my contractor was backed up. I couldn't get anybody to do work. And you can't work without a permit, and then it expired. So, you guys have your permits expired too. And I listened to your boondoggle with the dredging as well. So it happens in the private sector as well.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we don't live in a perfect world.
All right. I'm not saying.
Have we done everything absolutely 100% perfect? Absolutely not. Are we at fault a little bit? Yes, sir. The city has been tough with communications prior to this gentleman, with your previous city manager and Mike Alexander, and I think we can move forward very aggressively with this with Kevin. He was very nice when we first talked, and I think we'll have a great relationship.
So it sounds like, just to recap, 23 when you guys were kind of working on it, making some improvements. That's when the pictures were taken. We saw those, obviously. Hurricanes happened, and then of course permits expired. Couldn't get new permits, and so that's kind of been a holding pattern since then. And here we are today. So that's kind of summation of.
I've got a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to let you go first.
Go ahead. It's up to you.
I say go.
Go ahead.
Everything in my being right now is telling me that all the people involved here don't believe it's going to get done in a reasonable amount of time. Is this your contractor behind you?
He's going to be one of the subs.
Like, who's going to? Because you're not going over there doing this work, right?
No, I have a general contractor. Tomorrow we will get the plans examiner scheduled to redo the plans. He will then give them to the engineer. I can't tell you how long the engineer is going to take. Last time he took 5 weeks to get me back the seal plans. He knows that it's an expedient matter, so I think he'll cooperate and get the plans back quicker. And then once that happens, I think we probably have 60 to maybe 90 days worth of work. And if we work 6-7 days a week, we may be able to finish it quicker, weather permitting.
So this question is for you, Tony.
You're going to present some testimony once you're done.
Do you want me to ask Tony any questions?
Could you hold that and make sure we answer it?
Okay.
You have a question? You have a question? No, I'll wait. Is it for the applicant or no?
No, oh wait. No.
Okay. Okay. So that's all questions from council. So next up is the building official to present facts and evidence in support of the order to demolish. So I'll pass it over to the building official.
Thank you. So initially, I'm just going to ask the building official some questions to get some information, but then I think he might make a statement at the end to supplement what information I've asked him to provide you. Could you please introduce yourself and tell council how long you've been a building official?
Bryant, been a building official since 2000. Before that, I started in '97 as an inspector.
On April 11th, 2025, did you issue a notice of slum and blight to Dr. Janelli, indicating he was in violation, the property was in violation of Code Section 14-127.1?
Yes.
And could you explain to council how you made that determination?
The fact of nothing going on with the house. We've had a flood. Nothing has happened. So I'm looking at mold, mildew, all of the stuff that's in there. I'm looking at a foundation that could have issues because I was not allowed to go in and do an inspection. So that's my determination.
Did you also have prior information from the prior building official that you were able to analyze as the current building official?
Yes.
And what
yes,
was that?
That in October, they were submitted for plans in 23. November, they had a revision for the plans. then another revision in December. Then they finally called in for a slab or a footer inspection. Went out. They had to have a new authorized agent for contractor. So then that was failed. So then that stops that point. It can't be extended or anything. Then they submitted for an extension. It was denied because nothing was done since the permit was pulled. So then after that, Mike had went out there, the previous building official, went out, did an inspection, and right in his notes, he's got it stated that footers were poured without an inspection. Blocks were pulled and installed without an inspection. There were some headers installed without an inspection. Plus there was plans missing. He's got everything listed on there that was there. Granted, Mike's not here. I'm going strictly off of the fact that I have a building official that's left notes. I don't know what he's done with Mr. Ginelli or anybody else. I'm strictly going off of his notes. That items that are not inspected by a building official or a building inspector, they're classified as an unsafe structure because that person does not know what's there in that system. And as far as with pictures, I don't know this gentleman with the pictures. I don't know who he's talked to. I have done my inspections and everything, like I said, since '97. And I've seen pictures come in, and you turn around and go and look at the job site, and everything that was in that picture is gone. But the job's done. How? So you've got footers, you've got steel in place, but then when they take the picture, it's there. But then when you go back and look at it or catch them in the process, there's nothing there. That's why I do not accept pictures. Because I do not trust anybody when I'm having to sign something off for the life safety and the health and the welfare of the public.
So as the process goes forward, that's why the building official wants to put his eyes on the work.
Yes.
To make sure it's done properly for the
Yes.
safety of the structure.
Yep.
Okay, and that didn't happen per the notes you
Per the
saw.
notes, no.
And I will let council know that the notes that he is referencing are in your packet. We're asking that be part of the record that you consider for today that the fire building official left behind. There's also photographs that you guys had at your spot when you sat down. I want to ask the building official about those now. There's three photographs that you took of the property 7717 yesterday.
Yes.
Could you tell council what they're seeing when they look at those three photographs?
The front picture is just a picture of the front of the building with the address on it. The second picture is in the driveway, looking at the corner of the garage wall. Then if you go to the third picture and you look down towards the bottom, about 2 foot up from that slab, you'll see a bow in that wall of 2 inches. That's the floor system inside under that wall that's pushing out.
What you're talking about right here.
That's it right there.
Can I ask you a question on that?
Yes, sir.
I believe this is a frame structure,
Yes, it is.
and I don't believe, and there again, correct me if I'm wrong, there's crawl space underneath that house.
Yes.
And there's piers
Yes.
that's set on. And that perimeter wall may not be the load-bearing portion there. Is it just something like a
This
skirt?
is the end wall.
This is
If you go back to the front picture,
right.
where the end of this gable is right
Right.
there, that's the wall.
Exactly.
So that wall is sitting all the way down onto a ridge beam at that bottom place.
Okay, and that runs the entire length,
Yes.
but there's not individual piers along
I
the
don't
way?
know.
Okay, so that hasn't
I
been
can't
inspected.
see it, and I would have to get underneath to look.
Door there.
So door there.
Is there anything that can be done through private inspections and determine that this is,
Well, this foundation would have to have some type of an engineer to go in to see what's there
Exactly.
and what needs to be done.
so there is a remedy,
There's possible.
and the potential is we
The part I have, Commissioner, is I started here October 28th.
sure
This house has sat just like this since October 28th.
right.
Mr. Ginelli called me wanting to know what he could do. I told him the permit that was there originally has expired. You have to start from scratch.
All right.
That was at the time
Demo
when
notice.
he got the notice that this was going into slum and blight. Haven't seen nothing since. So this house has not changed since October 28th.
And because it was going into slum and blight, he can't do anything really on the property anyway.
Right.
So that basically stopped the process.
Yes.
2 times.
So we're getting out of order. So I'm actually, so is your all's presentation?
I was just going to ask if there's anything else he wanted to add that I didn't ask him about.
Okay. So next up is the questions from the property owner to the building official. So you guys, I'm going to turn the floor to you if you have questions for the building official.
Well, I would like to clarify one thing, because I was present when Mr. Alexander was on the property, when you brought up the header in the garage and all that. The plans had called, the engineer had drawn, if you look at those pictures we provided, the header in the garage is on what I consider a 45-degree angle. The plans called for it to be straight. The garage, if you notice, is on a slope. So the header was built towards the way the garage flowed. And Mr. Alexander wanted a revision from Dr. Janelli's engineer on the header in the garage. There was no issues with structural this or that. The 2-inch area that he's describing in the picture is an old doorway that used to be in the side of the house there, that used to go into the house. That's the floor sticking out from where the old doorway used to be. If you look in the picture.
This
Sir?
is the door sill.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, yes.
It's not a structural issue, it's just an old door sill.
No. There's actually concrete block around that whole perimeter of that house, and then the piers that we put in prior to the hurricane. And you know, the piers worked, the house is strapped, and it didn't float away.
Yeah.
So
So you guys have any questions for the building official? Next is council. We can have longer.
We had issues. There's been two demolition orders on the house. The first one, the city took back. There were some legal issues with that the city manager said that we were not notified, or we didn't do something correctly, or the city didn't do something correctly, and that's the first one. Now we're in the second one. So we were in limbo. And that's when I called him and said, what could we do to remedy it? Could you pull back the demo? We'll submit plans and move forward. And he said, I can't make that decision.
Okay. Any more questions for them?
No, but that is a door there now that I'm looking at the picture.
Okay. So I'm going to close questioning for them and bring back council. So now council has the opportunity to question.
Well, one other thing, if there's some issues that he wants to look at, if we are allowed to move forward, I'd be happy to bring him there, and we'll be happy to let him look whatever he wants to look at.
Okay. Questions from council to the building official? Is there any further questions? We had a couple lying in there, but
Chris is coming.
Chris?
Holding my tongue since Nancy told me to.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for keeping me from causing issues. It sounds to me like Tony's amicable, the building official, excuse me, I don't have my thing on, I just got the evil eye from Ashley over here. It sounds to me like he's open. Do you have an engineer? Are you getting an engineer?
I have an engineer, yes, sir. Same one that did the plan.
Pathway here?
This question is to the building official.
That's what I'm trying to get there. Give me a second. Remember, you get your time, I get mine, okay? Is there a pathway to get this done here that you would feel comfortable with? That's a question for you.
Well, I'm looking at the fact that I've been here, 8 months, 9 months, and nothing's happened.
How do we tighten it up?
And I will say, and I believe we wanted to discuss this a little bit when he was first giving you guys information. We just didn't do it. That the conversation has been had. You need to come start over. Your permit's expired.
Yes.
Come start over, and that could have happened before today.
Probably
And it's still-
it could have probably happened 4 months ago.
even with that notice out there, that conversation could have happened. So I think that's part of the concern from the city's perspective with it, how long it's been sitting, and
No.
the day we come up to, the day's the day, then we get we're going to do it. And I think that is part of the concern as the building officials trying to
At the end of the day, we have to honor the building officials. We have to do all those things. But also as a city, good affordable housing with people living in it and paying rent is important to us.
Very, very important.
So my question is, is there a tightness that you can put on this that would cause him to have to move in a certain fashion?
The problem is he's already said it would take 5 or 6 weeks to get plans from the engineer. I'm not happy with that part. Because like I said, we've already been 6 or 8 months sitting here with nothing done. And when he called me the first time, I told him, permit has expired. You start all over, get everything going, and we're gonna go from there. And nothing ever happened.
Next is okay to let him comment.
You guys are in charge. I mean, there's a procedure, but if you want to let him, you can absolutely do that.
Go ahead.
But here's what I was interpreted. We had a demo order out, okay? And we were told we couldn't do anything. Submit plans, work on the house, do anything.
Who said that?
I have, my engineer could, I'm saying that 3 to 5 weeks, it could be within a week. We have to get new drawings and submit to the new drawings. It's the same engineer. So he's got everything on his CAD system, doesn't have to start from scratch.
And why is there a need for new drawings? Because,
Our permit expired.
well, right, but
The drawings are
could you
the
resubmit
drawings.
the same drawings?
If you could accept the drawings that we have and just reissue the permit, we're done.
So yeah, tell us about the drawings.
Code cycle change.
What?
Code cycle change.
New codes.
There's new
We went
codes.
from 2020 to 2023.
Okay.
So there might be some adjustments to that.
But you don't know because you haven't been through that process.
Exactly.
Architect needs to sign them.
Gotcha.
Update
Right.
and sign them.
So that technically could be the same.
Renew our permit today. We're out there tomorrow.
Can't renew the permit. It's
No, I understand. If the permit could have been renewed, we'd be out there working tomorrow.
So process-wise, there would have to be a new application for the permit with plans.
Yep,
With plans.
starting from scratch.
And money.
But the plans could technically be the same. They might just be, they're reviewed differently based on the new code.
Yeah, because you have the new code change. You also have the structural engineering books go from the ASCE 716 to the ASCE 22. You also have changes that were put in to the ASCE 2414 from the ASCE 722 that are for flood requirements. Right. Okay, so there's a lot of things that have changed in the background that a lot of people don't realize.
Is it safe to say that, maybe not, but it's safe to say that the old plans
Could be.
could be okay?
Could be, don't know.
So they could so process-wise, they could submit that, you'd review it and approve or deny it based on the new code.
Architect needs to sign
Well,
it.
it's just like a
Sign
set of
They need
plans
to
that
look
I
at it.
reviewed today for Bruce's house. I've already got 15 items drawn with a set of plans.
And then you would kick that back and there'd be a modification and whatever. The process goes on. But
Yes.
you could start with,
We can resubmit the plans tomorrow that
You gotta get the architect to
and
update the.
it's, so that's, my question's answered. We could, I mean, it could be submitted anew with the old drawings and then more than likely he's going to find some problems with it. And then,
But the problem I have is okay, he submits the plans, we do this, then how long am I gonna have to sit and wait for him to decide for corrections and get things done in the process, so now I got a house still sitting doing nothing.
Sure, right. Makes sense.
we can certainly give him a weekly update.
No, I understand. So,
We're not going to sit and
yeah,
this is, you know how much money this is costing,
sure.
and we don't provide you know how many people are still looking for housing in Pasco County?
Basically, what you're saying is you sat for that long because you thought you could do nothing.
Correct. And we have some documentation here from,
Do you have an estimate for cost of completion with appliances and everything?
with appliances, about 11.5.
11,500.
So, another question for the building official. In your opinion, and I'll make this easy, because it sounds like to me there's a couple parts of it. There's a part that the previous building official was involved in this and left notes, and you've reviewed those, and you can only go off the notes, right? And you specifically mentioned one thing about the foundation pour, I think, is that it wasn't inspected. So obviously you can't say that it's good because you didn't see it, you didn't go through the process. I get that. In a case like that, when you've had work done that wasn't properly done, if an engineer signs off on it, then that's good enough for
Sometimes.
sometimes.
Sometimes. Because there's nothing in state law that says I have to accept an engineer's letter.
In your practice, what are you normally doing? Is it
It all depends. It all depends on how it's worded.
from the engineer?
A lot of times you will get, in my opinion, it's okay the way it is. That doesn't work.
No.
I want something describing everything to a T of what's in there. Because by rights, this is a salt moisture. That concrete's supposed to be a 5,000 PSI mix, not saccrete.
Right.
Because it's salt moisture with steel inside it. Or you can go with a 2,500 pound concrete, but you got to have epoxy coated steel.
So how does let's fast forward and say that work decides to go on, right? The council decides that appeal is going to be granted, and how do you overcome these shortfalls with stuff that's been done? Because obviously, and my concern is from the city perspective. Obviously, somebody gets in here, a renter, house falls in on them, we're liable.
And see, and you have to look at my point of view. That's how I'm looking at it.
Sure.
I'm looking at the life safety because I'm signing off on something that if somebody goes in and dies, they're going to come to the city, and the first thing they're going to do is they're coming after me.
Right.
Why did you approve it if you knew it was wrong?
After me.
But
Right.
you got to prove to me that it was right when you looked at it.
Right.
And I don't realize when I look at something, you're looking at a snapshot in time. That's all you're looking at. If something leaves or when you leave, they change something, you have no clue. But you've signed off on that at that time.
Right. And so, and I appreciate that. And another thing that obviously, I don't think anybody up here wants to tear people's houses down. I don't. There's a time for that and there's a time not. So I guess my direct question is given this property, in your opinion, is it possible with the right effort, the engineering involved, is there a path forward to make this structure viable or not?
My opinion, no.
Okay.
Because like I said, I've been here for 8 or 9 months and nothing has happened to this house.
Well, I get the timing issue, but that's not my question.
But the question is there was an order for demo in 23, correct? Okay, so then it was removed. Here we said. Now April of this year is the order for demolition.
Right.
So we've got this long span that just sat there with nothing. Now all of a sudden, because there's an order put there for demo, now all of a sudden it's a big deal.
Right. Again, I'm gonna make my question very succinct in the fact, take timing out of it. I get there's a timing issue and all that, but in your professional opinion, is this structure, can it be made viable without tearing down, or is it the point where it has to come down? That's the question.
I don't know because I haven't seen the foundation. I'm strictly going off of what a building official has already previously said, and the one wall that I've looked at that is not a doorway or a threshold. It's a bow in the wall.
Okay.
So that's all I'm looking at and going off of.
Okay. Any other questions, Mayor? Absolutely.
I'm going to try to say this the best way I can. Can you imagine the pressure that's on us right now? We've got our building official who we respect and we need more than anything on the planet right now. Your job to us is vital. We have a homeowner who is here with people who want to do the right thing, and we're all sitting here. We're trying to find that loose thing we can just grab and pull and say, hey, is there some light out there? And we're asking you.
Hold that thought for 1 second.
Okay.
What do you think I'm under?
Oh, no. I'm with you. I'm with you.
Because I'm sitting here telling somebody they have to tear the house down.
It's all a big decision for everybody.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not an easy decision, but I still have to look at future residents in this building that could be in there and what could happen.
Can you give the engineer a time frame? Say, we decide not to demo the house. He pulls the permit tomorrow, submits the plans, and the architect, you say, I need the plans from an architect within 30 days.
I wouldn't give them 30 days.
What would you give him?
Probably 15.
15 daes?
That's it.
And if he does that and the wording's properly, you'd like to look at the house and make a decision?
I would have to look at the house, and
Right.
it all depends on what comes in.
Right.
Because if nothing's there that's
And-
going to be recognizable or work, no.
And I respect anything, what your decision is up front. I'm just telling you that. But you have that opportunity to say, it's not going to work. After all that, and you get the engineer trying to look at houses, it's just not going to
And the
work.
problem I have with that is, yes, it's kind of hard, but you also have to look at, if I'm looking at all of this, he goes and gets something, comes back and it doesn't work, he spent money.
What do you mean he went and gets some? What? He's not going to do anything till you tell him to.
But what I'm saying is if I was to say, okay, we'll give him 15 days, he goes out and spends money for all of this, and I still look at it and say it doesn't work.
Well,
We'll bring that
that's
where
his
we're at,
risk.
and he's laid money out of his pocket for it.
That's his risk.
No.
That's my risk, and I'll take that risk.
We're talking about getting a plan revision. He's not spending any money other than getting the plan
That costs
revision
money.
because, right, other than that, because he wants to know if it's worth putting money into it. And that engineer is going to tell him that, hey, the new code, you're going to have to do A, B, C. Now you weren't having that. Now it becomes a situation, do I really want to do this?
It's Tony's call, bottom line.
I can tell you that an engineer is going to tell you that, oh yeah, it's fixable,
Right,
because he's looking at the check that he's going to get when he signs a set of plans.
right. But then you could,
But then I have to be the one that has to figure out if it's going to work, and if it doesn't work, then I'm the one that has to tell him this ain't going to work. Now what are we doing?
well, I'm saying, instead of saying no way in hell we're not going to do it, you're giving them a chance to get denied later. Maybe it does work out, but if it doesn't, you can call that. But like I said, this is completely up to you. This is not something you want
Can I ask some?
Great idea. Is it the concrete you can't see the rebar in? Yes or no?
Yeah.
It is.
Can you
Can
X-ray
you
it?
tear that concrete out and re-pour that thing? Because if you can tear it out and re-pour it, he can see the steel in it. He's going to be a whole lot more comfortable.
I asked, thank you for bringing that up. I mentioned that to Mr. Alexander when he was at the property viewing all the concrete, and I said, Mr. Alexander, I'll take a sledgehammer to it right now to show you there's rebar in there. And I showed him the pictures. He wouldn't accept the pictures like you were saying. We can redo the piers if they have to be done.
How many piers are you dealing with?
I'm trying to think, there was 6 or 8. I can't remember off the top of my head. I didn't pour the piers myself. I was just overseeing the subcontractors for the contractor.
If he demos one pier and opens it up, does that give us a note?
Can they be X-rayed?
That's what I was gonna say. There's a sonar that you can check it with.
I'm digging, Tony. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is.
It's expensive to X-ray.
6 piers, I mean, I guess it could be rebuilt to your liking. Might be.
Not to my liking, it's to what the
Well, you're the
engineer
building
designed.
official, that's what you're
No,
liking.
no.
Oh, the
I
code.
don't put my
Hold on,
opinion in
hold on.
anything.
You're okay, I apologize.
Questions between you all is done. So, is there any more questions for the building official at this point?
I'm trying to find solutions. This is
I promise you, if he wants us to open it up, we'll open it up. I don't have any problem with that.
Okay. Well, what I'm gonna do is, unless there's any good questions, I want to close out.
And I can honestly tell you, I don't know what Mr. Alexander wrote in the reports, but there was bad blood with me, with Tate, with our engineer, and with our contractor. I mean, there were F-bombs. There were all kinds of stuff going on with him.
No doubt.
And I think the city's better off without him, so.
So I'm going to close the questioning. I'm going to open up the final summary for the property owner. I'm going to give you the floor. You have your final summary. Whatever you want to say.
I appreciate the questions, and I know this is a tough decision. I'm here. I've spent a lot of money so far. I want to finish the house. I'll spend within reason whatever it takes if it can be fixed. I would love to fix it. It's a cute house. It's a great neighborhood. And when I'm done, you will be happy. You will be proud. We'll have an open house. I'll have a party there, free pizza. You will be impressed with the final product. I promise you. And I'm asking for his cooperation. I know he's bound by the code. We will open everything up. He can inspect whatever he likes, and we want to make him happy, and we'll make him happy to the code.
Okay. Thank you. And that final summary by the building official and the city.
I think that would be me again. I think it's evident, you hit on a number of times, and the building official has stated a number of times, the issue with this property, the issue was obviously is what work has been done saved. The issue really, in addition to that, is it's not getting done. It's taking forever. You talked about the process before this building official was here. There has been plenty of time for steps to have been taken to move this forward, and they're not happening until we take the last step and then force Dr. Janelli to show up here and explain how he's going to do all these things. We heard this in 2023. As we've talked about earlier, nothing's changed since then. It's been represented by these pictures that certain things have been done, and this picture the building official took yesterday is a doorway. He is telling me, in his professional opinion, which he's told you that is not a doorway, that to him is a structural problem that needs to be looked at. So there's very little comfort in the idea of giving Dr. Janelli any more time to do anything, because it's been 2 years. We're in the same exact spot we were in 2023. The building official's opinion is that this is not a safe structure, that it violates section 14.127.1, and nothing that Dr. Janelli has presented has combated that. So we would ask that the appeal be denied.
Thank you. Okay, well, quick question, procedure-wise, when I bring it back to council, is there general public comment allowed for this as well? Okay. All right, so I'm going to bring it back to council for our discussion and or motion. Again, there's a couple options here as you apply the facts that you've heard. The law, we're here to make law, we're here to apply the law, and so you have testimony from both the applicant and city, and so we can basically make a motion to approve the appeal. We can deny the appeal. And the other question I had, Nancy, if you could help here, is there opportunity for a conditional approval?
What I would do is, if you're not comfortable with either affirming or denying the appeal, would be what you did in the case we took earlier. Is to kind of stay it for a time certain, and we can all come back here and not start over, but perhaps just pick up where we left off if that's necessary.
Okay, and I think that is a very viable approach that we could look at potentially staying it, given a definite amount of time, some of the last one, and then if things aren't moving along, then we can make a decision then.
But there's no moving along if there's a stay, right? I mean, it's still
Well,
One way or the other.
We stay for a certain amount of time, and then once those things, I guess, would break down or whatever, the building official will bring it back on the agenda.
Well, I will let the building official address that. My understanding from talking to him, if you choose the option C and stay it for a time certain, they definitely can submit the information to get the new permit and get that started, correct? And then once that's done, what would be next steps? Could they start work while this is still hanging out there, or would this need to be?
I would say that it all needs to be addressed and corrected up front and done before we're going to allow any more work, because they've had a chance to do that.
Right. So tell me, explain what. So if council, the question is that if they're thinking about staying and letting him get caught up, what does that mean? When could we possibly say this demolition order is withdrawn?
I would need to see the plans and everything that's going to be done, the procedure and the work scope.
Okay. And how long?
And his timeline.
Okay. And so once you have that, you could say, I'm good with this, permit issued, demo order pulled, everyone move forward.
Yep.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
I make that motion. What Tony just said.
Make a motion to.
Stay it until he can get his hands wrapped around their plan.
Well, I think we probably need to give a date.
I would give
30
it
days.
definitive
How much time?
15 days.
I
he
give them
said.
15 days.
Is that a reason?
To present you with the plan.
Is that a reasonable amount of time? Sure. I mean, obviously you're in a hurry because you've been doing it for a long
It
time.
needs to be addressed.
Can it be 15 work days?
That's very. I give you 2 weeks, 14 work days.
Okay. 14 work days.
14 work days.
That's
2
Monday.
weeks.
And
Monday
I'm
through Friday.
the closest to him, so he can hit. It can be whatever number you want.
Yes.
Well,
Okay. I mean, that's what he would like, but if you want to do 30 days,
I'm going to make a suggestion.
Okay.
Okay, it's been a long time anyway, in my opinion, and I don't want to burden the property owner either, because it is difficult to get things done. So I think 30 days is a better number. 30 calendar days. Give them one more month to.
How about 3 weeks? split the difference.
Again, in 30 days, it gets tore down if nothing's happening. Is that
Tony's
Same as the
the
first one, we'll come back.
professional in the room.
so? Come back and then we'll basically
He's
at that
the
point
only
we'll make a
professional
decision
in
and
the
it,
room.
it happens.
Yeah.
So
It's not, we're not the Tony's the professional here. He's the
We
only
are
one.
the city council.
I know.
right.
We are the city council. We're here representing the.
But he's the one that
residents.
is professional in the matter.
And we've been very diligent in trying to seek his advice.
Right, exactly.
Again, I guess my point being is that I'm fully supportive of Tony, and I respect his opinion. But I'm also have a property owner here who I also represent, and so the goal here is not to tear down a house.
Right.
The goal here is to tear down a house if it needs to be torn down. If it doesn't need to be torn down, the goal here is to provide the opportunity. Now, there's been opportunity provided, and I for one, am probably the least tolerant of allowing this to go any further because it's been going on since I sat here 2 years ago, right? And so, but I know the history, and I know, I'm not going to go on public and say some things about prior building officials or whatever. But that being said, I have an understanding of this. Okay, there's things at play here, and so what I don't want to do is just put some arbitrary time frame out there that's going to set somebody up to failing. And I can speak for things done in a couple of weeks. So I mean, you can make the motion for whatever time frame you want, and I'm okay with that. I think it sounds like by consensus we're leaning towards giving a little time to make sure things are going to go, and if it doesn't, we're going to be right back here, and we're going to make sure that the right thing's not at that point. So
here's some other information that nobody's touched on. The forerunner system shows this property to be 29% damaged.
You can't do that. You can't go outside the record. You only can, your decision is
Oh,
based
just-
on what we presented.
just evidence
not the
today.
conditional. You can't go
Right.
forerunner. So don't share what you just read.
Okay.
Sorry. It's just what's presented by the applicant.
So given the information we have
So I
here,
can't do any research on my own and determine my own.
Not at this
no,
point.
you're going to hear it.
Gotcha.
So I'm ready to make a motion. Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to stay the demolition of 7717 Pier Road until the right or adequate information is presented by July 25th, 2025.
Okay, is there a second? If there's no second, that motion dies. I'll entertain it.
Counting days. Give me a second.
It's just over 2 weeks.
Over 2 weeks. Business days.
Yeah, basically the 25th is a Friday, and it's Tuesday, so you get 2 weeks and 3 days. Get about 13 days, business days, starting tomorrow. Is there a second? Okay, like a second, that motion dies. I'll entertain another motion.
Don't get quiet on me now, Dave. What do you got?
I can't make one.
I
so-
understand that this has gone on for a period of time. I understand that there has been several hurricanes in the process. I understand that we've changed horses in the middle of the stream. Not only building officials, but now city managers. I understand that there's been some mistakes made in the process. And what I would like to see is a solution where the resident and the city can come to an agreement to try to address this in some form or fashion. I like the 30-day period, but I also like the fact that somebody's going to hold the residents' feet to the fire and get that information so that they can be properly reviewed. I also understand that there's also a demand on contractors and engineers to get things done in a timely manner, and we have more requirements than we have resources to complete it. So that's why I would argue that we give a 30-day period to see where we land and bring this back around in 30 days.
Is that a motion?
That's my motion.
Okay,
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Any public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring back a vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
very much. Thank you. You won't be disappointed.
I hope not.
It's gonna,
Okay, you staying down there, Nancy, for the other one?
they gotta come back and deal with it.
Do we want to take a quick recess? Okay, let's recess for 5 minutes. Come right back.
Yeah, what you're gonna do, you're gonna go up there and just tell them that what you told me, you just tell them what you did. This is what I did, this is what was done, I thought everything was in order, this is where I'm at, I believe you, give me counsel on what to do. A long drawn out thing. Yeah, I know this.
They're easy to get.
Literally the day before. It's been hard ever since.
It's her height, you know. I want to go there.
Doesn't bring it.
It sounds like internal threat. Yeah. If you want to break, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I love everybody.
is item number 4, 7653 Pier Road Demolition Appeal. I'll pass it to Smart for
So this was the same process we just went through on the last appeal. So I think unless you guys have any questions, we're ready to get started.
Okay, so first up is property owner to present their appeal. Are you Stephanie Smith?
Good evening, everybody. My name is Stephanie Smith from 7653. Good evening, everybody. My name is Stephanie Smith from 7653 Pier Road. My story is I bought the house in March, and I didn't know that the house has a demolition order. I'm so sorry, I get so sentimental because these people lied to me. The realtor, the owner, he never told me that the house has a demolition order, and I didn't know that. And I bought the house through a title company, thinking that I have a clean title, and I didn't know that. I just found out when the city went and put the sign outside my door, because I didn't know. I thought that I bought a house with a clean title. And a single mom, I had 2 daughters in college. I was just trying to fix the house to move in with my daughters. And that got me in trap, and I've been so stressed out. Very stressed out because these people, there's a lot of scammers outside. They just care about money and they don't care about, anything else. So they lied to me. This is my story.
Okay, thank you.
And I just want to ask you, everybody, for an opportunity to, I want to be honest with you. When I bought the house, I went there with the contractor, and I did a lot of work in the house. I'm so sorry. I didn't know that I had to do permits. I spent a lot of money in the house, and in debt until here. I owe money in loans, credit cards, and a lot of money I owe. And that's what happened to me when I found out that the house, I was just getting ready to move in. When I saw the sign outside, my contractor called me and they told me that the house has a demolition order, and I was in shock. I've been depressed. I haven't been able to sleep, and that's what it is. And I had the papers that prove that when I bought the house.
Okay, thank you. Next part of the process is the questions of the property owner by the building official. City have questions?
No.
No questions? Okay. Next is questions of the property owner by city council. Is there any questions for city council?
Did you buy this for an investment property?
Yeah, I was trying to move, maybe move in, or maybe make some monies. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. I came here and I really like the area. I love Port Richey, and I was thinking to move in, but I never had the chance to move in. I never had the chance because when we were finished, I saw the sign outside. I just begging you guys to give me an opportunity to legalize the house, legalize the work. I will do everything that you can ask me to do. I will pull permits. I will pay the fines, and I don't know. I will do whatever you tell me to do.
How did you find the house? Through a realtor?
Yes, through a relative.
So a realtor introduced you to the house?
Yes, and when that happened, I called the title company, and they told me that when they did the search, this didn't come out. And I called a lot of people, and they told me to sue the owner and to sue the realtor and to sue the title company. But you just need money for that, You need money to pay lawyers and start with a process. Right now, I don't, my major concern is not to sue anybody. My major concern is to legalize the house and move in or sell it, or I don't know. I'm just so confused. I haven't been able to sleep because this is what happened to me.
But you bought this under your investment company, not in your personal name.
Yes, yes.
It's under your company.
Yes. I bought it under my company because, I just finished through a nasty divorce, and it's just a long story, so I bought it through the company. Yeah.
Any questions? Any questions? No. Okay. Ed, go ahead.
Are you living in the house now?
No, the house is empty. No, the house, nobody lives there.
The work was done on the house. Who did the work on the house?
Who did the work in the house?
Who did the work?
Contractor.
A contractor, a licensed contractor, or not a licensed contractor?
I'm not sure if he's licensed or not.
Did permits get pulled?
No, she said that.
No permits. No, she just did want to work on it.
Have you let the building official in to look and see what's going on inside the house?
They,
So he's been.
no, he have. But I will open the door for him to. I will do anything that you ask me to do, and I will start it to work tomorrow. You know, I'm not gonna waste time. If you give me a chance to do it.
Okay. Thank you. Next up is building official to present facts and evidence in support of the order to demolish. So I'll turn it over to the building official.
Thank you. Could you please introduce yourself and tell the council how long you've been a building official?
Tony Bryan, been building official since 2000, started as an inspector in 97.
In April 11th of 2025, did you send a notice for the property 7653 Pier Road that it met the requirements of a slump for sum and blight per the city's code 14-127, subparagraph 1, 3, and 4?
Yes.
Their packet related to this demolition order for council's purposes, you do have a pack of pictures that most are dated, I think, October 31st. I'm going to have the building official go through those. If you want to find them in your agenda, you can follow along. There are a series of photos, I think there's 10 of them, dated October 31st, 2024, that are part of the record of the city's presentation to council. Could you go through each of those and tell council what they're seeing?
On page 193,
191 is the first picture. Is that
That's the mailbox.
those are for posting.
That just that it got posted. So you're looking at 193 is the first.
Not 193 is the first picture.
okay?
Okay, if you look down there, you can see the light shining through the exterior wall.
Okay.
Because the foundation's gone under the house.
119. 193.
Is this the front corner? Is the front corner?
This right part there.
Well, no, I see that, but what?
See the right part?
Yeah, what's part of the house is this?
This is in the rear.
That's the rear. Okay.
This is the bearing wall down through the center of the house. And that's the floor that's not there.
So is that with the lights coming in? Is that so that it looks like there's a?
That's open to the outside.
That's not the foundation, but it looks
There
like
is no foundation.
There's no foundation.
So the framing there is just goes right to the ground.
Yeah.
It's built the framing on the ground.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So that's the way it was constructed.
Yes.
Back, this is probably, what, a 100-year-old house?
I don't remember.
See if I can find it while you're
Yeah.
talking.
Okay, so if you go to 194, you see that it's just open underneath that wall. Okay? There's no road barrier. There's nothing to stop anything from coming into this house. It's rotted out. Because if you look at the stud, you can see the termites and the termite damage in the studs.
Right.
That's the darker colored stuff is termite damage.
Yes. If you look at 195, you're seeing the shot that goes from the front of the house to the back of the house through the kitchen. And those walls are all at the kitchen wall going to the rear of the house that's on the left-hand side. 196 is just a picture inside, but if you look at the back corner behind the fan, you can see that the base, the plate itself is eat up with termites. And if you look over to the left of the fan, there is no plate. And that's an exterior wall.
Okay. You got plumbing going.
Yes,
It just goes into the ground.
yes. If you go to 197, you can see as far as the pictures, you see there is no sole plate on any of the walls. I'm guessing that they were either ran to the ground or they were nailed to stringers along the edges, and that was the extent of what they did as far as when they put the plaster in place. 198 shows the floor, and where there's a bearing beam right there, the floor is all rotted out around it in 198. 199, we have the same thing. 2 walls going towards the back and the side that there's no sole plate. It's rotted out. And this is all leading up to one thing I want to show you. Picture 200 shows a new door frame that was put in, but as you can see, all the studs are eat up with termites.
There's no plate across the top.
No.
Halfway. No header. No header.
Yeah, there's no header.
There, I guess.
Okay, 201, if you look, those are all exterior walls with no sole plate.
Or they pour concrete inside after it was built?
No, this is wood floor.
That's a wood floor with tile.
That's tile on top of it.
Was it? Okay.
Okay, picture 202, it's exterior. If you look, you'll see all the vinyl siding is popping.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the foundation that's given away. Because vinyl siding locks on the bottom and is nailed at the top. So if this is popping, that means it's being pushed down. 203, 205. If you look at 205, you'll see the siding that's fallen on the ground from the house settling. And the last picture is the one I took yesterday.
And you have a copy on your seat when you arrived with the other.
What's it look like? Is it this one?
This one,
It's that one. If you look across the roof line at the ridge, look at the 3-inch belly in.
Yep.
Okay? So now look at the flat roof that's coming off the side of it. As the roof is sagging, the flat roof is rolling because there's no foundation under the building.
Is there a gully in that roof right there too?
Yes. This was why this building, when I went in there October 31st, was at 82% and was condemned. It was because of the structural problems. And he was told up front when we were there, because the homeowner originally that was there at the same time when Veronica and myself were there. And we told him that the house was condemned.
Who's
That was the previous owner.
Yes.
Okay. And this was when?
October 31st, 2 days after I started here.
right after the hurricane, the second one?
Yep.
And then you bought it in March.
I bought it in March, yeah. But I've been told that the owner got a letter in December. I've been told, I came here and they told me that the owner knew, but he didn't tell me.
There's a couple
Sure.
more things, if
Go
I
ahead.
may. Ms. Smith mentioned that she has had work done by somebody, admittedly without a permit. We don't know if he was licensed or not, and you have not been able to see that work, correct? Even without being in there and not seeing what was done, looking at the picture that you showed, that you took yesterday, do you still feel this house meets the requirements of
Yes, it's
section 1?
unsafe.
Okay. Nothing else.
Okay, so, let's see, are we on questions of the property owner by council?
Questions of property owner?
Oh, yeah, yeah, so is there any more questions for the building official? Oh, sorry, property owner.
They,
Did you,
we did again what we do. We ask questions
well,
before we
I had highlighted where I was at, but I'm not sure what happened there. So, did you have any questions for the building official?
No questions, no.
Okay. Any questions? I'm sorry. Question. That was too high. Okay. Question building official by council.
No, I mean, I have some statements. I don't think, thank you, Ashley.
Can make a statement.
82% damage. I was actually looking at this house about 7 years ago, and the guy was in there bootlegging the floors then, and so 82%, she's been scammed, or can you just un momento, okay?
What is Zumper Rentals? Because this house is on Zumper Rentals for rent right now.
Isn't Zumba rental?
Do you rent houses?
No.
You don't have any houses for rent at all? Because I see this house on Zumper Rent. It says UMPER rental.
Is this?
Rental.
This is not. You can't be bringing this up.
Don't go outside. Don't do your own research. I mean, if you did it before and you knew it, but don't do that now.
Okay. I have no further questions for the building official.
Okay. Anybody else have questions? To the building official? I have one, I think. So obviously some work's done. We don't know what work has been done. You haven't seen that. In your opinion, obviously, whatever work's been done is on top of a failing structure. If I could, is it okay to ask the applicant? Could you guys tell me what work has been done on the house?
They took everything out. They did new floors, new framing, new bathrooms, new kitchens, new electricity, plumbing. They did everything inside.
So you understand they did structural work. So these pictures we're looking at obviously shows that it's in bad shape, termites and whatnot. So you're saying that
It was in a really bad shape, yeah.
so they tore out walls as well, or
Everything, yeah. I have pictures. I don't have the one with me.
okay.
My phone, let me see if I have some right now.
If you have a phone, I guess we can pass the phone around to look at. Is that?
Anything you look at needs to become part of the record. So
Yeah. Oh, so it'd be printed. Yeah.
If it can't be printed, you should look at it. If you can email it to us.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If you could email the pictures to us, I mean, we have to wait a second to get those.
Could you email to all the council members at the same
Yeah.
time, then we get them all at the same time.
Yeah.
Están aquí, mira. Estas son.
I think most important that I'd like to see if, again, we're here, we have to make a decision. I don't want you guys to, I mean, you should have been a little more prepared for this, but I want you to be able to show that. So if you could show us that any pictures that relate to the actual structure, I don't want to see a new kitchen. I don't want to see new flooring. I don't want to see painted walls. What I'd like to see is that if you have any pictures that demonstrate that there was some work done to fix the structure, remove studs and replace studs with.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, we'll email that in just 1 second.
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute recess again. If you guys can get the pictures and email them to Ashley, she'll give your email address, and that way she can get them out to us.
Thank you.
We'll recess 5 minutes.
No. I ain't go look at that house. Gonna be a late night, gentlemen. I am. It's inevitable. What was it? Yeah, we don't need this.
You know, it's for rent for 13. Sure.
That makes sense.
Sure. However you want, actually.
Yeah, but that's I'm a baby to it. Doesn't make it sturdy.
They probably had some Latinos go in there. That house is probably stronger than stuff. They built the whole second thing.
Get that coffee pot rolling. going to be a long night. You drink coffee for cold? Do you? Black?
Have creamer in the morning and black and stuff.
Black. I drink. If I was sitting at a desk back in the office, I'd drink cold.
All right, so we sent 2 emails. So the first email that was sent is the house, what it looks like now after being remodeled, and then the second email is what was done like before the remodeling, so like the demolishing part.
The second email was,
Sorry, it's flipped. So
yeah.
Yeah, please.
Let me pull the second one. I'm gonna have you talk through these as what they are. Oh, yeah, that's better. Okay.
Yeah, so this was the work that was done, like getting rid of the, like breaking down everything, demolishing after the damage, and then, yeah, it just includes pictures of the house of what was taken out.
So here it looks like there's some floor joists that are being replaced,
Yes, yes.
and it looks like new studs here on this inner wall anyway. Okay, that was all those pictures.
Yes. Yes. Yep, and then the new one is what it looks like now.
I'm gonna roll back through those for everybody. Okay, let me pull up the other step. Okay, I'll roll back through them. So obviously a significant amount of work has been done on this house. And it looks like some degree of structural work. Again, how well it was done, we don't know. We weren't involved in the process, wasn't no permitting or whatever. So, but there's evidence, obviously, that there's been some work done. So,
I will say, if I may, now that you've seen these pictures, thank you. I asked the building official if the pictures of the work being done changes his opinion about the safety of the structure and its violation of section 14127, and his answer is
no.
Why?
Because there's no work been done to the foundation. It's all been done above the foundation. The roof is sagged 2 more inches from the original when I did the inspection. Original.
so the good question. So the roof, October.
And that was of yesterday.
This picture was here from yesterday?
That picture's from yesterday. If you go into the inspection in Forerunner, you'll see a picture that the sag is not as bad.
Right.
But it's worse now.
Did you all do any roof work? No roof? Well, it's specific about the sag in the roof or whatever. It looks like the shingles might have been relatively new. There's shingles outside the sagging. It looks like the roof is fairly intact. Okay. Yeah, give me a second. Okay, I'll get back. Okay, we're in questions of the building official by council, and I just stepped out of line and got some pictures. So if it, just go to questions, everything.
For the homeowner?
Well, building official. You want what?
Done with my questions for the building.
Do you want to do a question for the?
Yes,
Go ahead.
I mean, here's the deal. You bought a house worth a couple $100,000 for $95,000 because it was completely destroyed. And you went in and you had crews of whoever went there and they did all this work to make that's the truth. They probably did an okay job, but based on the pictures, and I've done this for 20 plus years or more, you know, buying homes, flipping homes, and everything else. That house is laying on cinder blocks in the ground. It was laying on cinder blocks in the ground before you bought it. It's laying on cinder blocks in the ground right now. The building official couldn't, in his wildest dreams, approve any part of that house at all. So right now, you're going to have to figure out what the next step is going to be. Because based on what I see, there's nothing we can do to help you. I wish there was something I could do to help you. I really did, but I don't think there is anything I can do to help you.
Wow.
Given the state of property, this is definitely tough, and especially the amount of investment that was in there. Is there? Is a question for Tony. Tony, if there was, in your opinion, is there a way to fix the foundation? Because obviously, it's. I agree. It looks nice now, but it could fall in at any moment. And so, if there was, and obviously the applicant is willing to do whatever it takes, is there a path to, with the right engineering and right, that they can fix a structure and
From the engineers that I have dealt with over the years, I can tell you that an engineer's going to go out there and look at it and going to say, you're better off tear it down and start from scratch.
even though given the amount of work that's been done.
But now the other catch is, the house is at 80%. Even if it was under the 50%,
But,
with the work that they've done,
Right, it's supposed to be in the air.
over the 50%.
well, I guess that's what I'm getting at, because it is substantially damaged home or whatever, and it need, that amount of investment to go into it, it would need to be outside the floodplain.
Yes.
Obviously, I don't know if that house would be able to be lifted or not, but if that's something that could be done, they're basically building a foundation underneath it at that point. So,
I mean, my opinion would be, move it or demo it.
we say move it, moving in the air.
Move it off the property, move it somewhere where you're able to do work and repair it the correct way to do it. Because in the flood zone, it's already going to be past 50% just with the work they did. Not counting the fact that it's already over 50%.
That would cost more than building.
Yeah.
I can't see letting the family live in this house, because that roof can come down in a thunderstorm and kill your daughter. And I feel a whole lot worse that happening.
Oh, yeah, Mike. Is it?
I'm sorry. David turned it off. It wasn't my fault. But I can't. If it's hard for me to make that, but you had a title agency apparently and a realtor and whoever did your house,
The owner.
not do their job and tell you the truth. And now we're you're asking us to allow you to have your family live in a house that could come down in a thunderstorm. It's not safe. I can't find any reason to let someone live in that house at all. It's completely unsafe. It's not built to any standards that I've seen. I've built a few houses and I've been in this position when I was younger. I've had title agencies lie. And it's a shame that there's no more enforcement on that, but it's a hard lesson. But it's better than having your daughter get killed because the roof comes down because of a thunderstorm or a windstorm or something. And that's definitely possible with this house, unfortunately.
You said move it. It's an interesting concept.
Outside of the flood zone.
Right. Is that,
Well, if you move it outside the flood zone, you can remodel it and put however much you want into it.
well, but the structure's still the,
Yep.
Yeah.
It's not worth it.
Not worth it.
It's definitely not worth
That house
moving.
would fall
It's
apart
not
if you
worth
moved
moving.
it.
Right now, what you have, because in reality, I've been in her situation before. Okay.
Yeah, me
And
too.
It took me $250,000 to correct the problem. Now the problem is that house is not worth $250,000. So you're better off at this point here in reality, tear the house down, sell it for land value, or build something else on there. Because right now the choices are very limited. They're all trying to be gentle with you, but I got to tell you like it is. And the way it is right now is there's no way on this whole green earth that man's going to let you approve that property. And I don't think any engineer would touch it. And I think you've just made a big, grave mistake. You're going to have to live up to it and take your licks and move on. And that's the truth.
Tony?
I will tell you one thing. Title company have submitted to us, right? Or do we submit? I'm talking with Ron.
Yeah.
Hi, Veronica.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You want to swear in real quick so she can
Hi, Veronica. You're Veronica? Hi, I never met you before.
Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I just wanted to make sure that I'm
Sure.
right with what I was going to say.
Absolutely.
The title company sent the paperwork wanting to know if everything was correct and all of that. Nothing was in their paperwork about the damage after a storm, the substantial damage. Veronica made the comment, you should change your paperwork to ask this question so that you have it up front for the buyer. She got an email like this with a whole lot of nasty words in it because she made the comment to tell them to change their form. So it goes, go ahead.
Also, when she purchased this property, it was in March. She's correct, she bought it in March. We put it on the slum and blight in April. So it was after the title search was done anyway. So I tried to explain that to the title company. I also told them with the events of hurricanes, maybe to revise your application. And they took a big offense to that. None to say, please to say that's as far as the title company is concerned. The homeowner was advised. We did speak to the homeowner. He did get letters sent. He did know that the home was substantially damaged in December. So he was aware of it.
You didn't disclose it to the buyer.
Apparently
Right.
not. Nope. But it was bought sight unseen. We had spoken on the phone when she had called me and told me her story. And of course I felt bad, our intent is not to tear people's homes down. But I did explain to her that the home is substantially damaged. It had a lot, when we walked it, it had a lot of damage. Like we had to walk out of it. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Yeah, this is a very unfortunate situation, and
We can't give you legal advice,
yeah.
but you might want to seek some.
Yeah, when did you these pictures that you sent when you're doing repairs? When was that?
That was before before I got
You
the.
bought the house in March. When did you start fixing it?
So we started as soon as we bought it.
So you bought it in March and April. You started working on it.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
See, and I guess the title company reached out for the sale. Was that?
Yeah, so the title company,
That would have been before March.
They send us a form.
Right.
They send it to the city clerk. City clerk sends the building department the form.
That'd probably been in the February timeframe, I'm guessing,
They
right?
ask specific questions. Are there any open permits? Are there any code violations? Are there any utility fees?
Right.
Things of that nature. So we answer all
Right.
of those questions.
Okay. Well, next in the process, right along, is closing statement by the property owner. So give the floor back to you. You have a closing statement?
I don't understand.
Anything else?
Oh, no, I'm just in chat. I mean, I don't know. I mean, do you guys willing to give me an opportunity to get an engineer in there and get his opinion?
You are wasting your time. You're wasting your money.
Really?
Yeah, really.
It's a beautiful house when you
If it
see.
was 100 years ago, yeah, you'd be all right right now. I mean, you can do what you want. I'm just saying.
Anything else you want to add? Okay.
Hmm.
Any final summary for the building official, city?
Yes, I think I think we've all conveyed that this is a terrible situation that Ms. Smith finds herself in. However, the pictures and the building official's opinion of what those pictures show are evidence that the structure is in violation of section 14127 of the city's code. It is unsafe. I think Councilman Hubbard's words were very direct and unfortunate that if this doesn't come down, someone's going to die in it.
Mhm.
And you can see it happening when you look at the pictures of the roof. There's been no evidence presented to counter that. So we'd ask that the appeal be denied.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll bring it back to council for a
I'll make a
discussion.
motion. Yeah, to approve the demolition of 7653 Pier Road,
Will you be motion to deny the appeal?
deny the appeal. And,
Okay.
approve the
Second.
demolition.
Okay, the motion and a second. Any further discussion? I do. Can I confer with you real quick? Is that okay?
Yeah, if I'm still counsel.
Yeah. Okay. Given the circumstances, I want to confer with Nancy first. In that motion, obviously it was a $400 fee for her to come here. Again, this is going to result in a huge loss. I'd be willing to refund that $400 fee if council was amenable to that.
I'm okay with that.
Is it
That's fine.
okay? So we clear the motion to refund the.
So I'll make a motion to refund the $400 application.
We just you're okay with that? Putting that in the motion with
Yeah,
the
I'll put that in.
motion to deny with the refund of the appeal.
Make a motion to deny the appeal to prevent the demolition of 7653 Pier Road and a refund of the $400 application fee.
Second, good. Okay. Any further discussion? Any public comment? Okay. Bring it back. Bring it back for a vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. I apologize.
Thank you.
Hey,
Very
we are
sorry.
so sorry.
Thank you.
Not funny, finance director. Finance director does not like to refund fees. It's a joke. Okay. Next up is item 6. What do we have here? Got too many things open. Item number 6, approval resolution number 25-36, Pasco County Emergency Management Plan. Pass that to Mr. Butterfield for introduction. Been a while since you talked.
Yes, sir. I had no role in the last few. The Pasco County CEMP represents an all-hazards, all-community approach to emergency management as required. What happens is we can have our own city plan, but it has to be updated every 5 years, and ours is 11 years old. So we need to accept the kind of thing that's going to go on that master calendar, where we have a tickler that reminds us when big renewals are due, that sort of thing. We are working on that, but in the meantime, what I recommend is we implement the county's plan. We are working on the city plan. Sal might be able to speak to that. I know Derek is working on that full time, and in fact, 2 weeks from tonight, he's going to give a presentation and might be able to address that as well. But for now, it's the county plan that we basically validate that we're part of the county plan. Do you have anything to add?
Yes, in this situation, we definitely want to make sure that we approve the county plan just as long as we work with the county, regardless. So we are working on a city specific plan, which our CRA resilience coordinator is working on and should have prepared by the next meeting. So most of the references are our plan will reference the county plan anyway because of how extensive the county plan is.
This tie in with the also with the dispatch that we're handing over to the county.
I think it's separate. That they're the county commission's voting on July 15th, and there's every expectation they're going to approve that. So implementation of the changeover will start after that. Chief, you may have something to add on that.
Nope, I have a meeting set up for them with the 16th.
Yeah, so
Very
right
good.
after that vote.
To make it simple, I'm ready to make a motion.
I have questions. Have we, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying Pasco County's not good. I'm just saying that we are the city and they are the county, you know, and we've been independent for 100 years now, you know, so are we taking away any independence by saying, hey, now boys, we're going to do it your way versus the way we do it?
No, I think
Well,
it's
she
just.
said we got an out-of-date plan that's 11 years old, but we haven't been doing it right.
Let me read what Derek wrote. Here's a summary of our coverage regarding the agenda item on the CEMP adoption. While the city has codified its emergency management functions, it has not performed the required updates to its CEMP since 2011. The base plan is required to be updated every 5 years. The supporting annexes should be updated annually. Due to this, we are required to adopt the county's CEMP until such time we have our own approved plan. I'm currently working on the city's base plan and have been utilizing a template that addresses all the state requirements. And he's attached his working template, which I can send to everybody if you'd like.
Andy, are we going to be able to be compliant with the county plan? Are we going to immediately adopt this and be out of compliance?
I think having the plan in place is the main requirement this answers.
That's like lights are on, but nobody's home, though. I guess an emergency management plan is just that.
Sure.
You know, poop hits the fan. What are we doing? What are the residents going to do? What are we going to do as a city?
What I did is I went over, I believe Mr. Fisker made an appointment, and I spent like almost a day looking at their disaster management program as well as the dispatch room. And it's definitely worth a visit.
It's attached to our packages, and it's very comprehensive.
Right.
Are we experts on every aspect of it?
But they use us too.
It's like buying a piece of equipment that does, you know, underwater exploration, and we got the thing sitting on the dock. We don't even know how to use it. I mean, is this something we're trained in, or is it something we're going to be trained in? Are we just going to say, oh, we're adopting their plan? Because if we're not going to use it the way it's meant to be used, what's it for?
Well, it actually should. We should be following FEMA guidelines, state guidelines, and the county. So it's kind of an additive thing. In my view, I may be misunderstanding, but how I viewed this was it covers us legally with the state until we can get our own plan updated. So I don't know much more about it. I mean, if
Once we adopt this, do we ever go back to our plan?
Oh yeah.
Or we can like just hand it back to them and say, okay, we don't need your plan anymore.
We now have. We still are beholden to make sure we follow any county. You may have.
You're always going to want a relationship with Pasco County, and no matter what, because our resources are limited. We're only so large. We only have so much. This covers all aspects. It covers EOC, methods of communication, mass communication. Some of the stuff we already have in place, and some of the stuff we don't. Some of the stuff that we coordinate with the county every year, regardless. That happens all the time. So it's not. Basically, we follow, or all municipalities are going to coincide with what the county needs anyway. If we receive mass devastation past Helene, we're going to respond to. The county's going to respond to us, and so is the state. And having this plan there solidifies those steps and guides for anyone to follow. For the mayor and council to coordinate with the county commissioners, those county commissioners coordinate with the state, and so on and so forth. You want these emergency plans in place to safeguard and cover us as an extra blanket. You've got the city's blanket, then you've got the county's blanket, then you've got the state's blanket. You want all that coverage when situations like this hit, because our resources. And the fact that we already have mutual agreements with the police departments, we have mutual agreements with the fire departments. This is just another step towards that.
And as a layman, I'm just trying to understand, what are we getting ready to adopt here? Is this an employee manual? Basically, if you signed an employee manual when you come to work at the city. Hopefully, we signed an employee manual. You make every employee. So that has like 450 pages of what you can and can't do. Is that what this is here on a county level? I'm just wondering, is it actually something that is like an insurance policy? Like they're going to come save us if something crazy happens? Or is this just something we just put on the shelf and it creates dust and we have it kind of thing? I'm trying to figure that out.
Well, because every year they renew it, and the thing is that if we have our own and we reassess that, we don't, if our police department, fire department, city manager, they start looking into this, a situation comes up, but we don't like their guidelines, we can step away from. We could always step away from it. It's not, and plus this changes every year. They're going to have a 2026 version, they have 27, so on and so forth. This changes every year because they try and coincide with additional counties and the rest of the state.
I guess my question is, and I'm not saying we shouldn't be doing this. We haven't done anything since 2011, and we're in 2025 right now, and all of a sudden we're going to buy this manual and put it on the shelf. I mean, we're going to approve it. I'm wondering, what are we going to get now by approving this that we didn't get before?
We have a plan in place for one, right? Is there something? I mean,
We haven't.
a plan is better than no plan.
A plan that nobody does anything with is not a plan at all. It's a piece of paper that sits on the shelf. So do we have any training in this thing at all? Do we have any? Are we going to go through procedures
like I
here
said,
with our
I would-
police department, our fire department, and with the other folks? I'm just
I
wondering.
would go over and visit.
What's that?
I would go over and visit Pasco County, and they can go in that in detail for a day. At how
I
they
think
work
those
with
opportunities
us.
are there for sure.
It's impressive. And I mean, you're asking valid questions, but I'll answer a lot of them.
I guess what I'm asking is, once we all say okay, and we all approve it, then what?
Well, what happens then is the staff and the employees of the city are adopting this plan, and this is the process for emergency management. I think it's kind of
And you can ask them to bring it in here.
I was going to say, I don't know if there's a time frame or a limit or something, but maybe we should have Derek come in and explain what it is, what you're agreeing to.
I think
I
it's
know-
probably
I
better
know
for
in general
me.
what it is, but I can't tell you. So I have not seen
Yeah,
the
I mean,
plan.
for me to step forward and say, for the citizens on their behalf, yeah, we're going to adopt this. I got to understand it.
Are we any time constraint to approve this?
That's what I don't.
Not to my knowledge.
Can we table it to the next meeting?
The
Have Derek
hurricane
come
comes
back?
next week.
we can
Don't worry
reach out.
about it. Sorry.
If you don't do it,
There's not. I mean, there's not. You
Wait a minute.
We got some
building has something
questions
to
here.
add.
The CEMP outlines the county strategies for disaster, whether it's man-made, whether it's a disaster, a hurricane. It helps all agencies. It helps all departments. So it's a strategy that we all follow, that we all help. So if we need mutual assistance from them, they're there to guide us, to help us. That is the comp plan.
You know what the old saying
CEMP
is,
plan.
right? I'm the government. I'm here to help you. It's like, can
I
we
am
please
so-
have Derek
I am
come in
so-
and explain this
I
to
am
us?
so for this. What is your big
Do
problem?
you
with it?
understand what you're getting ready to say yes to?
It coordinates the efforts.
Yeah,
between
yeah.
the
We're not giving up.
municipalities.
We're not giving up
Jerry,
sovereignty.
It's almost,
They
for
already
lack
know
of a better
what to
word,
do.
it's mutual aid in
It
disasters.
coordinates the municipalities. The last thing we want to be is an island where we're kind of by
And
ourselves.
you're worried about
straggling.
whose idea it is. Well, it's everybody working together. It's a collaboration. It's a
Gary and the chief has already been working. They already know
cities
what
do
to
this.
do.
They work with other
One at a
cities and
time.
with the county. I don't see what your problem is with it.
I don't see what the problem is with me asking questions.
So why don't, if maybe it would be best if we table it and just bring it back, have Derek talk to it, or we could prove it. I mean, I'll take a motion either way.
Yeah, let's take a vote whether we table it or not, because
We always got to vote for that. I'm just saying.
Bruce is a retired firefighter. He has something to add.
Who?
Bruce.
In a moment.
I'll give you just a second.
I did want to let you know the original email did not specify a time frame from Pasco County, so if you do need to table it, I don't see an issue. They didn't put a sense of urgency.
And I will add that ultimately you're going to have to adopt it
Yeah.
because you don't have one, and by statute, you have to follow them until you have your own. But I also agree that you should understand what you're signing.
Do you have a specific problem with the agreement, or you just want to understand it more?
I mean, the only problem I have is that we haven't done anything in 13, 14 years. Okay. And not 11, whatever it is. Okay.
Right.
It's over 10. And now all of a sudden we're like, gotta adopt this thing. And I'm like, well, hold on. What is this thing? That's all I'm trying to
We've
do.
adopted this before with the county.
I already
Do we
have.
adopt this every year?
I assume we have, if we
So how do you
have a
know?
plan.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because if we haven't had a
Oh, we
plan,
adopt it every year, so this is not
Yeah.
something
This
that
just
like
makes it official.
woke up and
that would've
did
been-
10 years
every
later.
year, then when they redo their plan, they have to get approval from the state and all these other entities.
Every year.
Veronica,
We
when you
have to
look,
go,
when you
okay.
research stuff, you look at this for what to do.
If I need to, I go to emergency management.
Is there any? Oh, go ahead.
Like shelters and things at county schools, and how do we contact who at the county? It's additive, and we don't lose our sovereignty.
Okay, I'm not trying to turn away from this.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand.
Right. So I guess there was no red lines in there. What's changed?
I'm okay with moving forward. I need to ask the question.
Sure.
What is that going to
Absolutely.
do or give or whatever? And if you're saying our people are going to look at it, and they're going to operate based on that because we don't have our own. I get it. It's the roadmap for the way dated operations.
They've been doing it.
If you look at page 298, there's a letter outlining from Pasco County explaining the reasoning behind adopting this plan.
298.
Yes.
298 or 298 of the document
298 of the agenda.
Agenda.
of Jen.
So the letter to Andy,
Yes.
dear Mr. Butterfield, this purpose
Yes.
letter is for me. Okay.
Have to adopt this if they don't have their own. Okay.
That's Florida State.
All right.
So is there a motion on something?
But we're working.
I'll make a motion
Okay. Motion is
to adopt 25-36 Pasco County Emergency Management Plan.
okay.
Second.
I have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Any public comment?
Any of y'all did it already, but I was going to say that.
Well, name and address for the record.
Again, my name is Bruce Torrens at 8119 Channel Drive. I was in fire service for Tampa for 30 years. FEMA actually has classes for this, okay? You know, there's a chain of command that you have to follow, city, county, state. When you're asking for resources, okay, you have to follow that. If you don't, with not having a plan in place, you're probably not going to be following the correct plan, okay? And by, you know, them not having one, okay, like somebody was just saying, you're going to be out there on an island by yourself, you know? And it's not costing you anything to take their plan. It's just a guideline
Just wanted to understand it.
to know and to, you know, make sure that you're doing things the correct way. You know, when you ask for funds from the governor, there's a certain way you got to do it. You don't just say, hey, I need some funds, you know? It's the same thing when the governor asks for, you know, a state of emergency from the federal government. You know, when he asks the president, it's a certain way.
On the national plan. I get it.
Exactly. So it's not costing y'all anything. But it would be nice to have your own plan. And you remember I spoke with you about that. There are classes that the government puts on for cities, municipalities to take part in and go, and you can sit for a week. Sometimes they're 2 weeks long, and they'll teach you about emergency management.
I don't have any problem with us understanding their plan.
Yeah.
You know, at all. I think. Yeah.
No,
Thank you, sir.
I think it's a good start. I think that we adopt it. I think that we should continue to look at it. If we need to make changes, obviously we can talk to them about getting in the next iteration of it or develop our own. But this is something we need.
And it's worth a trip over there to visit. It really is. That's pretty cool.
Since we're in the sunshine, I just emailed everybody
Put that on our list.
our draft plan. But I said don't reply all.
Okay.
So you can see our draft plan, and then Derek will keep working on it, and we can at least, if it's not ready, we can at least talk about it. He's already on the agenda for 2 weeks from now.
Okay.
Thank you, Andy.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, bring it back for a vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next up, item number 7, purchase request 6612T, trailer mounted trash bypass pump. I'll pass that to Mr. Butterfield for introduction.
Yeah, this was budgeted and expected, and we think it'll help us in any lift station, including our biggest one. Even if both, Sal, can you help me out? Even if it was gallons per minute, no, it was 74 horsepower, and we thought the gallons per minute ratio would enable us to even our hardest working lift station.
Yes. I have a spec sheet that I could pass out to council that wasn't included in the packet. If the clerk wouldn't mind handing that out.
But a bypass pump, it could be used for water or the sewage system to avoid
This bypass pump is primary. Is primary for our lift stations and sewer systems. Basically, if a lift station is to go down or requires repair, this pump would be utilized to bypass the sewer flow from that lift station, and it can either be bypassed to the next lift station over, or to to the force main or to the gravity line. That will allow future repairs. It will allow in the event of an emergency, and if a lift station goes down, especially this time of year as we're approaching hurricane season. But this bypass pump can be used for many things. It could be used as a stormwater aspect. If we had to drain a pond, drain a swale because it's overflowing and it needs to be, because of heavy rainfall, and you want to redirect this to an adjacent swale or adjacent, inlet, you can use this bypass pump. Pasco County utilized a bypass pump for at least almost 3 years before they just redid the drainage on Springer Drive here in Formel. So they used a bypass pump to bypass the flow of one swale and cross the street to the other, so that flow can be increased. So this bypass pump can be used for many aspects, but primarily for sewer purposes. The RPM's Bay Boulevard is our largest lift station in the city, with 240 horsepower pumps. This lift station will maintain and be able to pump to the floor if necessary at that largest lift station.
So this could replace Bay Boulevard's lift station if
They
they
replace it. It serves in the capacity
Yeah.
down.
it will
If I
replace
have-
the work.
invaluable when you need
If
one.
we have total
Temporary
loss, if we had total loss at Bay Boulevard with both pumps, no power,
Just get
everything went down, this would maintain it for an extensive
So
amount of time.
you could also use this, say, as over by Limestone and Sunset with the flood, it could pump out storm drains as well.
Yes, it's
Multi-purpose.
basically just a large
Pump,
large pump that you
I think
can use for sewer flow. You can use for stormwater flow.
we never had one before.
What
For
are we
emergency
using today?
I'm sorry.
What are we using today to serve in this capacity?
Back truck, right?
Well, the vac trucks, suck trucks would come, and you would rotate those suck trucks. We have rented during Helene. We rented one for the Olsner lift station, which is our master lift station. We had to rent one for that. So,
You know what the cost was of that?
if you give me a moment, I do have that with me.
As far as purchasing this too, we're going through the sheriff's list. The
I've got a question for you, Sal.
Yes.
Who maintains this stuff for us? We take our police cars somewhere else for an oil change, probably next door at the garage, right? Who maintains these pieces of equipment?
It would all depends on who specializes in that equipment.
What is the Cummins diesel?
Right. So, Daryl, our director, would go ahead and find out, talk to the company, and find out who this. First of all, would be under warranty for
So
the
they're going to
first
maintain
year or
it. Warranty's not anything to do with maintenance.
But we would maintain that with, of course, the closest specialist that would do that. That would be his research to find out who that local vendor is that performs.
I guess my question is, what do we do about maintenance now? That's what I'm asking. Does each department handle their own maintenance? Or do we have a maintenance?
Yes, they do.
Each department handles their own.
Each
Each piece of equipment probably has its own maintenance log too.
Yeah, each department, the Vector has its own. The Vector has its own log.
Does each car have its own maintenance log?
Yes.
It does.
Yes, and we buy warranties for ours to make sure because the wear and tear are so great on them.
And like with the fire equipment, they have their own maintenance equipment, and
I would assume so, but I can't speak for them. Yeah. The big fixes for the fire when they go up to Ocala, to the facility up there.
okay, this is a place where we fix
For
it.
more local stuff, that actually Pasco County helps us out on some of the fire truck.
I mean, it's a pretty sophisticated piece of equipment.
Oh, yeah.
$66,000.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure it has a maintenance thing. Something you have to go through to maintain it correctly. Yeah. Especially after sucking salt water in a cast iron pump.
Do you find a rental?
From 9/27 through 10/18, it was $4,940 for the rental
$4,000 for a month.
2 weeks.
for just 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Okay, $8,000 a month.
Yeah. But like I said, the application of this pump will help us during the 2 lift stations that we'll have.
Maintenance.
Now we're doing the maintenance of those 2 lift stations. We can help offset the price of what because they would just go ahead and bring their own bypass pump or rent one and charge that back to the city. Now that and I will check with Daryl if that work has started yet, which I don't believe it has, because we're now on their scheduled list to do that. And now we can offset that cost and even drop that lower than what was approved to do those repairs. But in the fact that we're in this type of season, having a bypass pump for a municipality is just very, very important, and the fact that it covers several aspects. Like I said, for both stormwater and sewer if need be.
Sounds like a great piece of equipment. Would anybody like to buy it?
I'll make a motion.
I've been waiting on it. Motion to approve.
To approve the purchase of a 6612T trailer-mounted trash bypass pump by Pat's Pump and Blower for $66,900.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Motion and a second. Any further discussion?
The only thing I had is I did some searching on the internet. There are other companies. I don't know if we want to blindly go along with whatever the sheriff's office have negotiated. I'm just wondering if it makes sense to look competitive pricing.
Stan, did you price anything out other than looking at?
Well, no, because with the sheriff's contract, that's basically already done. They go out.
I get it, but I don't know if it's the lowest price.
It's
a negotiated price.
Just because it's cheaper, don't make it better.
It's called the sheriff's list, but it's everyone in the state. Every municipality uses it. Every county. It's the gold standard. I think it'd be hard pressed to find the same.
These contracts are formed by the state for allowing municipalities to do these purchases.
I get it.
And let me finish, please. But what we can do, if denied, we can go out to bid and do our own process. That we can always have that option. So it's just it's just an efficient way for purchasing to happen by going by a state negotiated contract. So, but we can always go out to bid.
My suggestion is to do a little due diligence, get some alternative pricing, and take a look. I'm not sure that the state contract is the lowest cost and the best value. I don't believe that I don't believe governments get the best deal. I think they get bent over the table. And I think that we can get a better price. I've seen prices on these just from what I did on the internet search. Similar type of equipment went from 35 to 55K.
It's got a Cummins diesel motor on it. This is not
The other one had an Isuzu and the other one had a Yanmar. So
Well, now you're in the Chinese stuff versus.
those are Japanese. Very good. Very good.
Yanmar's good diesel.
Yes, they are. So that's just my opinion. I think let's just don't in the future go blindly pick a number off a piece of paper and say that's the best deal. I think due diligence is always worth an effort.
We cannot get other quotes unless we go out to bid. That's what I'm trying to explain.
There's a process, right? You have to go out to bid, and you can't just reach out to Bob Hubbard's Pumps, and he says $30,000 and buy it, right? Everybody has to form a bid process. Yeah, where this process, obviously, it's already a contract that's already went through that process, and so that's why you use that.
All right, back to my original concern. We've had 9 months of effort, and now all of a sudden this just shows up. We could have been doing something for 9 months, getting competitive quotes. It's just an observation.
We put it out to bid.
You could have. What did you do for 9 months? We've got a tremendous amount of spend that was requested in the last capital budget, but we're falling way short. I don't see anything saying where we're at or a plan to get there. That's all my concern is.
If I may, we're going to do more due diligence than we already do. I'm going to need a bigger staff. We should have a procurement professional on staff. The sheriff. I've been using the sheriff's list for 8 years, and it's the gold standard. It's the envy. Other states use it. It's competitively bid. It's not a good old boy network. They bid long and hard to get the right to get the contract. Because if you get the contract, you're going to get a lot of business. So. I literally would need a procurement professional if we're going to do more research on everything.
I think, Councilman Mueller, your point is taken for sure.
And I'd like to know what the lead time is on this. How long is it going to take to procure this once we cut a PO?
I think the wait time was 4 weeks.
4 weeks. I was just thinking we're in 1 week into or 1 month and almost 2 weeks into hurricane season. This would have been a good idea after the last one, since we actually used one. I don't have any suggestion for that. I mean, people need to be thinking ahead. We have requirements that are not getting met. We have budgets that aren't getting spent, and it just behooves me why we're not proactively trying to address some of these things.
Okay.
That's all I'll say.
Any other discussion? Any public comment? Seeing none, put to the vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Last up, item number 8, City of Port Richey authorized agent letter pertaining to the Florida Division of Emergency Management Local Mitigation Strategy Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, FDEM, LMS, HMGP grants. I'll pass that to Mr. Butterfield for introduction.
I think this is just to give me the privilege of taking over for Matt as the authorized agent for the city in this area.
Yeah, privilege it is.
A privilege. It is. A privilege to work here.
Any
Motion to approve staff recommendation to
Second.
designate Andrew Butterfield interim city manager.
okay, motion, Dave, got a second. Any further discussion? Any public comment? Seeing none, put to the vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next up, old business. Any old business to discuss?
Yeah, I do.
Floor is yours.
I was wondering what the progress is with TJKM and the Safe Streets. It's supposed to have been resolved last week, I believe, or the week before. They were supposed to come forward with something.
I've reached out to them. I'm still waiting on the draft. They're close to final draft, so I've been contacting them, and that's what I'm waiting on right now. So they have all the information that they need. It should be done soon. I was expecting it the last week, but I've not received it yet.
That's what they said. That was last meeting. That's what I know.
So as soon as I get it, I definitely will bring it to the city manager's attention.
And you've been also reaching out to SC Construction on the removal of that piling.
Yes, I brought up the piling to them, and actually I talked to Coastal Engineering, and we want to set up a final walkthrough, which I especially pointed out about this column. So I'm like, we need to investigate this and whatever needs to be done, but this column is a point of concern. So they're both aware of that, and we're setting up an on-site meeting that I actually want the city manager, myself, building official, we're all going to attend and go out there. So as soon as they set that up, we'll be meeting them very soon.
We brought that up to them with you and Matt Koppler. When was that?
It's been a few months at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've had plenty of opportunity, so
They have not yet been paid a dime for this job. So
I know
guarantee
that.
you that's not coming.
So we
out.
have a water hazard. That's my issue.
Done.
And
So
we have a navigational hazard in the middle of the river. That's the big thing with me, and that's. Well, you got a meeting, I guess, in a week or two, I guess? Or?
yes, I'm hoping. Yeah, but I talked to. They're supposed to be setting it up and sending us an invitation soon. So
Okay, and we had talked about having code with the docks and piers within the city limit, and we had a couple of us did with that code. And there is a code, I guess, as far as docks that you had 48 hours it had to be repaired or replaced, which was too soon, I believe was in the initial document. This is about a month ago, and you were going to be working on that.
I don't know anything about docks.
Like seawalls, you mean?
Seawalls or
Seawalls and covers.
Docks.
Seawalls and boat canopies. We're still working. We're trying to get a seawall guy to come in.
Canopies or so.
But I don't remember anything about
We don't have
docks.
anything about canopies.
We don't have anything on the books about canopies.
Not yet.
I thought we were talking about.
We
We
are.
talked about it. Yeah.
We
We talked about docks. The issue I have is there's docks that are dangerous,
Right.
that are public docks. I know they're on property, but when it's a restaurant or a marina,
Right.
it's public access. If it's behind someone's house, and it's not public access.
Right.
But if someone gets hurt, which is I'm looking at,
Like the docks at Hooters, for example.
exactly. You've got shrimp boats are getting charged to pay for a slip there, and there's no slip. They have 2-bys going out to their boats, and the owner Frank hasn't repaired those docks, and it's dangerous. Some kid's gonna walk out of that Chinese restaurant there and break a leg or something, and it needs to be issued. Is there something we can do to make them fix that dock?
You mean Mexican restaurant?
Huh? Mexican, I'm sorry.
It's like, where's a Chinese restaurant down there?
Mexican, Chinese, whatever.
The restaurant.
Italian, you know, it's a restaurant.
I don't remember this conversation. Maybe it was when Tom was here. I don't know. Like I
don't remember
All right,
that.
phased out.
5325 Treadway Drive.
Well,
They have docks that are
Step
dangerous.
one, let me look at the code and
There's
see
the man.
what
There's the man.
we can
Right.
do to start with, and we'll talk about it and come back to you.
Are you familiar, Tony, with
I
those?
don't know if you've looked at anything
What,
about
the docks?
docks. I don't know what's in there, so I'll look at it.
He is now.
Well, we were going to invite a new code, and
Seawall.
myself
There
and
was a seawall.
Carl. Well, there was a seawall too, but the docks were part of it. There was a whole bunch of stuff in it, right? And there was in there one of the big issues I had was what's considering deterioration of the piers,
Right.
and it needed to be repaired in 48 hours, and that's impossible.
On Pier.
Finding a contractor to get it done that fast. I was
Can't even
hoping
get a permit that quick.
to condense the piers to be, if they're 50%, that they need to be notified and give them a year, or at least 6 months to replace and repair them, because everybody's been very busy with docks. There's not that many contractors in the area. But there is a code that I was told on docks, especially public docks, and
Our code?
city code.
Okay.
And that's what Nancy's gonna look up and find out what the code is, and it needs to be issued. Someone needs to be told that needs to be replaced because someone's gonna break a leg or get hurt over there. It's gone on since the hurricane. They haven't made any motion to fix those docks.
Okay, we'll look into it.
So the ADOT code, does that need to go planning and zoning? Or can that
We're
come
gonna
straight to
change-
us?
We're gonna change it in, I think it would be a planning and zoning item.
Right. I guess,
It depends on where it is in that.
I guess once you
But it
find
may
out
be
or
in
whatever.
there, but I'll need to read it because it may capture what you're
Okay.
wanting to do.
That's
We'll figure it
just
out.
we got. Yeah, find out what we can do.
Yep.
Because Frank's
We definitely have something on docks and piers. I just don't know what it says.
Frank can fix them. He just won't, and he needs to be told to.
All right, well,
That's-
Frank, fix it.
Yeah, exactly.
You need some dock
Give
teeth.
Tony a bullwhip and get over there and get
All
it
right,
done.
I will try to find a whip and pier for him.
Any other old business?
One thing is, I'm thinking in the future. I don't know
Is
when
it old business? Because you can get comments too, so.
this is
That's
old business. No, I don't.
All right, stay on old business.
All right.
Old business?
I was just gonna talk to his, didn't planning and zoning, weren't they supposed to bring a seawall? That hasn't happened yet.
It's not happened because we need someone that knows about seawall construction to give us true, accurate information to put in the seawall. To put in the ordinance.
Okay.
So that is why that's held up. We were supposed to meet to discuss it. Actually, it was with Port Authority Board. There was a thought that might help, and they have a lot of great ideas, but it's not.
No,
I can't just make it up.
Is anybody working on that?
And so
well, the covers.
it's going to come together.
That was all going to be.
Come together. Yeah, and I think Sal was looking, or Andy, one or both were looking for someone that might be able to help with the technical seawall information that we need. And it needs to be done.
Information. Chris and I have information on canopies.
Canopies are easier than the seawalls.
True.
Seawalls are the big problem.
We had a mayor that built seawalls here at one time.
No.
You don't. Yeah, Bill Cox.
I know you want it. I need to get the language. We're trying to bring it together. It's just the same code provisions. So.
It's just a danger. It needs to be rectified.
Yeah.
So we're
Building
it's being
officials
worked on.
found a good model that's very solid. That's rated up to over 180 knots of wind, right?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
We've been looking at boat canopies, Vice Mayor, that you had brought up about a month ago. Boat canopies, and the building official found one that is rated over 180 knots. So we
Frame's 180 mile an hour and it mounts to the poles on the
mounts to
boat.
the poles.
I'll order one. Where do I get one?
But we approve it.
I haven't yet.
We want to bring that forward as
And we
Do you
can,
do installs too?
as the city standard.
we can,
My pontoon will thank you. She's been in the sun for about 10 years and she's getting smoked.
we can
That'd be
bring
funny.
the,
Canopy's still there, but your boat's gone.
we can bring the boat canopy separate from the seawall. They're all in the same section, so we're trying to do it all at once. But that we can move one forward.
Very good.
We're a boating community. Nice. And that building official said there's one of the 180 miles an hour, so we need to put it up there.
Put that in the city code
Well,
as
if you
a,
could have
as a city
canopy, you
standard.
can roll up, like if a storm's come, you can roll it up so they don't get torn, would be nice too, and it takes the strain off the truck.
It sounds like we can maybe get the
That's how the frame is.
There you go.
The frame is all steel mounted to the top of the poles for the boat lift.
Yeah.
Canopy, you roll the canopy up at 75 miles or more.
That's awesome.
That's all you do is roll the canopy up, put the canopy on the ground. When the wind's gone, you roll it back out, clamp it back in place.
Sounds like a plan.
I can envision we
Let's get it on the agenda.
into the code.
it sounds like we can
My jet skis and whatever my boat.
decouple that from all the other things and maybe
Right.
get that through the pipeline.
Any more old agenda?
And any other old business?
The boaters out there will appreciate that.
Guys get chatty on me. Any old business? Okay.
You can ask me if I had any old business. You want from
I'm looking right at you, old business.
No, I'm good. I just wanted to mention the CAC meeting that we had that talked
I was
about.
going to do that myself, but
I want to take away your vote.
yeah. So I had some old business
I've
about
done that before. I don't want to do that now.
funds for the CAC mural. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, because you were there. They agreed to burn. They wanted to ask for $1,000 for paint. Was that the ending number?
They asked for 1,000 or 1,500.
Yeah,
I think that was enough.
1,000.
I think 1,000. What they so, and I don't know if it'd be appropriate or not. We go ahead and
Authorize them.
authorize $1,000 for that mural project. I know they're
We authorize them up to $2,000. Up to.
I second that.
so a motion for $2,000 up to $2,000.
Second.
It is a long.
Second, and the second wants to get bids, right? Make sure we're getting the right cost on paint. I just joke, just a joke. I apologize. Is there?
Got a 5-gallon bucket that's coming your
Yeah,
way.
I bet you do. Is there any further discussion on that?
No, sir.
Any public comment? Sam, put a vote all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. $2,000. Doug, is there a specific bucket we need to take that out of?
I think there's funds under Public Works, under
No, how about the CRA? Because it's in the that is in the CRA,
It's an improvement.
and it is an improvement to improve the.
Then it can't happen at this meeting.
Oh.
'Cause that'd be
Okay.
the
It's
CRA.
already
I
made.
think that it's a relatively small amount of money. Let staff figure out where the best place to go.
You just wiped out your
And if it
motion.
really does turn out to be CRA, we'll bring it to CRA. and talk
Yeah.
about it.
And if that's the best place,
Can I clarify who seconded?
Okay.
Thank you.
yeah, Dave. Yeah, because I busted it.
You just wiped out
Is
his.
that money for a vendor that they're going to bring in, or is that just for the material?
Purchase of paint.
itself?
Paint.
Okay.
The
tarps or drop cloths. Or
Ink supplies.
Paints and supplies.
Paintbrushes.
Should we coordinate with that person then, whoever's going to be doing it, what they specifically?
Lori Simpson runs that.
I just, they have a $2,000 paint budget, or supply budget, is kind of way I look at
They
it.
were
Okay.
trying to get an artist to maybe donate their time as long as we provide the paint. They're working at it.
Okay.
Okay. That's a little business I had. So moving right along, is there any other business for move on? Okay. So next up is council comments and the mayor, and so I'll start my left, Councilwoman Burke.
No, just that, our city manager talked about acquisitions and annexation, and that's something that we have a lot of citizens talking about right now too, so properties popping up or getting ready to pop up, so we need to really start watching that, what's coming open.
Yes, ma'am.
You talked about a realtor earlier. Fine, well, I guess that you don't need us to do anything for
No,
that.
I just I clarified with Nancy that anybody that's a realtor but they're on one of our boards, we
Right.
Yeah,
should
just
stay away.
I
from
definitely make sure that we're using a realtor so that when they go to inquire on any of these, that they're not saying, "Hey, the city's interested in this." It's we got a buyer that's
Okay.
Very, very knowledgeable in this area, 40-year experience.
Fantastic.
I obviously would like to use somebody in the city if possible.
Can't use somebody on the board.
Not on board, but live in the city, obviously. So, you sure?
Yeah.
You deserve more time.
I do.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
After witnessing what happened with this lady here in these houses, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of Latinos flipping houses out there. I'm just saying they're buying them cheap. They're buying the flooded houses. They're going in there. What are you seeing, Tony? I mean, are these people
Same thing.
Same thing. They're
Same thing.
they're buying them cheap, thinking they don't have to do much. They're flipping them. Are they
Yep.
getting caught with their what their tool bag down?
Yep.
And it's causing a big problem. How do we warn these folks about that kind of stuff? Is there any way to warn them?
We sent letters and we've got all kinds of stuff. And
And I think the website says, like the building department website says, like, need a permit, check these things. So if they're doing any kind of due diligence, I think they would look at that.
I mean, she dropped $100,000 on the house and probably dumped another $100,000 into the house, and now she got a pushover.
It's hard for me to fathom that a realtor, title agency, and a contractor,
Nobody caught that.
all of them.
Contractor's not going to catch it because he's a Latino guy working under the table, and he's just going to fix the house. I'm just saying he's working.
Maybe.
The house is probably fixed nice,
But
it's
that's
not
the
to code.
problem.
Yeah, I know that's what I'm saying. What can we do to warn these folks?
She might. Who knows? I mean, and you could have warned him. She did it anyway.
I think that the reality of it is that use stock market, for example. You can take $100,000, you go out and buy a stock, and know anything about it, right? You can lose your shorts, right? Or you win a bunch of money. But it's incumbent upon the person that's investing that money to do due diligence and say, okay, buying this house, can I do what I want with it, right? I'm gonna rehab this house. Who do I need to reach out to get permits or what? I mean, it's not a foreign thing. I think everywhere you have to get some kind of government approval, even in other countries. So again, it's different, but people should know that they need to check in before they just dump money into something.
During the 08-09 crash, I saw realtors and mortgage people go to jail because they were flat setting people up.
And it comes back on them. I mean, if you're a realtor and you don't disclose something that you're aware of, you could be fined.
I'm just asking, is there something we could do to?
We
I
do
told
it.
the state of Florida that they have certain laws as far as realtors are liable and title agents
Ethics
are
issues,
liable.
yeah.
It's not enforced. That's the problem.
Well, is there something in the building department, Veronica?
Do we
They
have stopped
lied
work
to
order?
me about it. Title agents have lied to me about it. I've turned them over, and nothing's ever done to them.
I'm just wondering because we got a call from a closing agent. Okay, is at that
Right,
point
right.
there? Is there some notice that we can give the purchaser? Hey, you do understand.
They
Doesn't
say
it?
they fill out a form. They fill out a
Right.
form, right?
There's nothing on the form that talks about it.
You got to be the title agency can sue us probably
telling them that
easier
the
than
house-
she can sue them.
Right.
So you got to be careful, right? They can't just, they got to be careful what they tell the person buying the property because the title agent can sue them, so can the realtor. And it's easier for them to do that. It's easier for them to sue us. But for her to go after them is a little bit difficult. She's got a good case. She should get a realtor. I can't tell her to do that, but an attorney. But yeah,
She had a realtor,
Nancy.
But yeah,
I don't spend $3,000 to figure
the
this out.
problem is these things aren't enforced.
Yeah, I mean, there's
I believe me, I'm in the car business and I
Yeah.
understand what's enforced in Florida.
the
Not
only
much.
thing. There's really, I mean, only thing you can do is put signs up, put things on the internet, on your
social
on your
media.
just informational. There's nothing legally you can do. There's there's nothing to
Why
put
did
out.
why did code enforcement? Let's talk about that case. Why did code enforcement not catch that work being done? Stop work order.
All right.
That would have been.
Oh, well, I'm not done with my time. I'm just one of the things I was going to talk about. Yeah, so I'm seeing, and maybe you guys are seeing it too, a lot of these houses that have been over 50% damaged, the people just like walked away and like closed the doors and the grass is growing this like 2 feet tall, trash is in the yard, old cars are sitting there. I don't want to sick the zoning enforcement people on people because I don't like the threat of the government coming down on you all the time. But that kind of crap's got to stop. You got one guy with a house for sale that's nice and pretty and everything, and 2 doors down it looks like the rats are going through the guy's trash.
That's why you have code enforcement.
If I could add to that, because I had that on my list to talk about, I was going to specifically on grass.
You go ahead, sir. It's
Okay,
your-
so I'm gonna give it right back to you. But since we're talking about grass, and I can check this off my list. So, code enforcement, obviously, I want to find out because there is properties around here that have high grass, and I looked through the report where I think when we mow, the city mows somebody's grass, the process charges like $250 or something, goes green or
350
something.
or something.
All right, so that what it is, 250? Okay, so what is the process on high grass? We have to site them, and when can the city actually mow that?
When it gets over a foot.
You would give them opportunity to do so, and if they don't come into compliance, you would do it yourself and then charge them for it. It'd be a process because you use the county court. So you'd have to take them to court,
Before we can mow it?
get a guilty.
You got to
They're
take them
not
to court before you can mow it.
Well, let me ask you
Code
this.
enforcement violation.
Is there a
They go to
way,
county court.
because mowing's a minor thing, right? Very easy to do.
Unless
Because
you're,
going-
Unless you
you're
can't
going-
do it.
Unless you hit their water
disabled.
pipe and cause
Yeah.
$10,000
You're
worth
going
of
on private
damage.
property. City's going on private property to mow, so they can't just do it. You can't just go,
So-
we're here to help. You're not.
So
gonna-
even if we had some kind of resolution in place or whatever, that once grass reaches a certain height, we can mow it and charge? Can't do that?
I could look into it, but you're.
We are in the process of getting bids right now. I think he's got 2 properties that he's going to actually mow. So we're in the process of doing that right now. And we do have a mowing
Through-
budget
Through code enforcement, you mean?
through code enforcement. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have a mowing budget, and
And that goes
he's-
against
He's
what
not
Nancy
cited,
just said.
he's cited him yet. Well, I'll talk to him about it later.
Yeah,
I
he's
heard
getting
about it.
2 bids.
I just wondered, obviously, I know the
We
code
may-
enforcement process is a very long process, arduous process. If there was some way we could, for something like mowing, that we could actually keep the city looking better and do some of that without having to go through that long, arduous process, that'd be great to know.
Can I reclaim my time? I'm just asking to reclaim your
I'll
time.
allow it.
Thanks. Appreciate that. So, just going down, what's that road next to Bay Boulevard? Milner, or what is it called? We went on the other day.
Miles?
Oh,
What's the name of that road, Ashley?
where you were sledding in the, or that's sledding, but the Berlin.
Berlin. I mean, you go down that road, and there's a guy who takes pride in his house. He's cutting his grass, he's edging, he's mulching, he's pulling his weeds. His house got a new roof, paint's look good, everything's nice. And 2 doors down, it looks like the place is getting ready to get condemned. I mean, I think as a city council, we've got to be proactive on getting this crap cleaned up because it looks bad in our neighborhood. Values of real estate are going to be drastically reduced. I won't even buy a house. I wouldn't even think about buying a house when you drive down like 3 of them look like they're condemned.
This actually came up earlier today in another meeting we were having, something else, that there was direction at one point from council for code enforcement to kind of let some stuff go after the storms. The tarps on the roof, I think mowing was one of them, debris was one of them for a while, to give the trailers, give people time to get their act together. But that's the direction code enforcement had, and so they actually was the conversation that they need new direction. So that's actually on your agenda for next. I think it's going to be on the agenda for the next meeting.
Can we
To
get
tell
busier
them.
than that?
No, I think it needs to be on the agenda for this meeting.
It's like y'all were eavesdropping.
Well,
That's what I'm
I had a
telling you.
conversation, we had a conversation right here, and I brought it up. We're running out of time. We've eliminated the free permits, and we need to be putting the city on notice. And this was almost a month ago.
Yeah, I remember.
And we agreed that we ought to encourage owners of boats, trailers, RVs, things going on that, hey, we're going to start enforcing this stuff. And we do that through the code enforcement to say, hey, you need to get your act together. And we agreed here that we would do that. Somehow that message didn't get communicated.
I'm talking about dead tags, like stuff with no tags, like sitting in the front yard.
So
2 cars side by side with the grass, 3 feet tall, in the front yard, no tags on at all.
I'm talking about people living in a camper for over a year.
yeah,
And
so
I've been talking about it for over a year. That
So
they've
the
been living
point
in a camper.
is we need to have the code enforcement enforce the code.
Again, Andy, I don't want this to be, let's go out and kick everybody's butt the whole place.
Right.
Let's clean up the
I
blight right now.
I need clarity then because I know code enforcement's been getting mixed messages.
Let me throw something out there.
Yes, sir.
Code enforcement goes out, they say the property, give them an NOV, notice of violation. Takes 2 to 3 months before they can get to court in Pasco County to take them to court.
And that's just an arraignment. That's just step one.
That's
That's
not
step
what,
1.
Then
no,
he's off
that's
the
not what
street.
we're talking about.
Yes,
we're
it is.
No, we're talking.
Because, no, if code enforcement
Listen.
is giving you an NOV, okay, a notice of violation. Now, you've got 3 months before it makes it to court to go in front of the judge.
What is this memo that you get or this tag that you get say, hey, you need to move your trailer in 7 days?
That's NOV.
That's an NOV.
That's an NOV.
Right.
But the problem
If
is,
I don't move my trailer, then you go down the other process.
But the process is once you get notice, you have 3 months to sit here until he's able to get into court to take you to court.
And he's off the street.
But the
By
point is,
then, it's moved.
but the point is we need to encourage keeping things right.
Can't encourage, you got to order.
Well,
Either
the
order
thing,
or
the
it's
thing
chaos.
is to make it easier would be to have a magistrate here.
Can we
That
vote
would
those
be
10?
how to fix everything.
Yeah, there's not.
Because then it's an NOV, and in a week and a half, he's in here in front of a magistrate correcting the problem.
I think we have people that want to comply. And I think that we need to encourage them to say, hey, we need to somehow have a communication rather than just plastering stuff on.
Tony, are they
people's stuff.
getting notices?
Are they talking and
They're
knocking
getting
on
notices.
doors?
These houses
They get a notice, then when Pat comes back, he puts all the information in, then he turns around in 10 days and mails out a notice. So they've got a notice on the door, then in 10 days they get another notice. Then in 2 months, they're supposed to go to court. By then, they've already called, they've already fixed the problem.
Can we do a remote magistrate?
You don't need to. You have a contract for a magistrate. We just have not implemented it here yet because we have to rework your code. Because currently your code is all about fines from the county court.
Right.
So we have to do a code revision. So when Matt
Do we get our own fines when we put a magistrate?
Yes.
when you're paying for the magistrate, you're paying for magistrate time, my time.
We have to be here too?
I represent, yes, I
Yes.
represent you.
We've already
At every magistrate hearing, you have to be here?
Probably already.
we've already approved that.
So you didn't cut your grass, I gotta bring the lawyer in from
That's how
Clearwater?
enforcement works.
Enforcement is an aspect of that. You can tell somebody mow your grass.
And many people,
You can do it all at one time though.
It would be with the special magistrate. You pick a day that the special magistrate can hear everything you have pending at that day.
That's why the state of Florida doesn't go after title agencies and realtors because it's so expensive to do that.
So
I mean,
It's so
if
rampant.
Tony's telling us that we're putting these notices out there and the people are just blowing them off, we need to figure out how to.
They blow them off, and when they get the letter telling them you have to show up in court next month, then they fix the problem.
Yeah.
Okay, so Pat's happy because I've got this problem solved, but in the meantime, he's thrown out notices, he's thrown out paper, and time.
and the special magistrate's faster.
But the
And your fines can be higher.
Maybe the city
the
could mow the
problem is
grass.
this: it's hurting our city right now
Yes.
because property values are plummeting, and because the houses are crappy. So we're responsible to do something about that.
So we're not going to solve the code enforcement process tonight. Okay, so I think the thing we need to focus on is I'm hearing consensus of the council that the liberty period is over,
Right.
and so code enforcement needs to start thing. Now I want to preface this with if somebody's got a trailer, I'm going to speak for myself. I've got a trailer sitting in my driveway. It's storing my furniture while I'm doing my floors. So I hope I'm going to have my floors done. But that trailer sitting there, which is tagged, licensed, and ready to go, is different than somebody's got grass that's 3 feet high. So I think, as we go back into code enforcement, are we really concerned about people with a trailer? Or are we concerned about the bad stuff that really looks, people's grass?
What if they have 3 trailers out front? What if they have 2 of those
I get it.
rental things and they've
Again.
been sitting there
Oh,
for a
we can
year?
go on and on and on and
Right.
on.
What I
with
want to
that.
say is we need to start
Tighten it up.
getting code enforcement back on the road
All or nothing.
and doing
Right.
It's all or
Exactly.
nothing.
Well, I don't know if I'd agree with that.
You can't selectively
Obviously, code
enforce.
enforcement, one guy's not go out there and cite the entire city. He could focus on certain aspects of it. He could drive around and do grass.
This is more than just harassing homeowners. This is the value of our real estate and the people who are trying to cash out or want to cash out. It's diminishing the value of their real estate. We're doing them a disfavor by not enforcing us doing it right.
That happens everywhere. It's not just us.
Yeah, but
I know we're responsible just like everybody else is.
yeah, I think we as like city council are responsible to say, hey, it's time to hit the gas and let's get this stuff cleaned
I
up.
think we're there. Just
What do we do? Just ask Andy to tighten up, or
But you also have to
Zoning.
look at the other part of the problem is you asked how that woman was able to get her house
Yeah.
done and nobody caught the contractor there.
Yeah.
The weekends.
Well, we need to put a
Saturday,
weekend
well,
staff out.
we need to rotate the schedule. They did that before.
And that's how the majority of them are doing it because Pat will go out and see the stock stuff in the driveways, knowing that they're gonna be working Saturday and Sunday. You go out there the next day, or you go out there on Monday, everything's gone and cleaned up.
Yeah, I'd venture to
Because
say,
they're out there working the weekends because there's nobody around to catch them.
That's
I'd venture to say it'd be
intentional.
best, Andy, look at this big staff, code enforcement work Saturday, Sunday, and then 3 days during the week, as opposed to,
I don't think you make them work Sunday. I don't agree with that at all. No way.
oh, well, Saturday, sorry.
Yeah, maybe rotate a Saturday here and there, one a
Just
month.
make
something
Saturday,
like
I
that.
mean, most stuff happens on weekends.
And it's a half a day. You don't need to spend the whole day driving around.
Take-
You and I both know you can drive this town in about.
So we can take out 2 Mondays a month and work 2 Saturdays.
Yeah, well, listen, again, I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole. It's time to start code enforcement back up. So if you guys could figure out the best way
That's
to do
all I
that.
wanted to get out there, and I want to start. I personally, if we still have just a little bit of time,
Yeah,
you know,
it's your time.
there's a little bit of effort that goes a long way when it comes to the city and maintaining the way things look. You know, asking these restaurants to clean up their grass when they cut, or the people that cut their grass from. So I'm just a place that's not well maintained. It looks bad.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that's an important issue that we need to talk about with the zoning enforcement folks, because it makes a difference. You know, if we're talking about spending all this money on a Wayfinder project and picking up the image of the city and all that stuff, we ought to start with our own stuff.
Anything else? Council Hubbard?
Yeah, just a quick note. Our roads, are they like scheduled to be paved? And we have an engineer or a paving company goes and they look at our roads and they recommend these roads need to be paved. I know that Sunset or the south end is going to be coming up probably to be paved in a year or two, probably.
Well, a couple things. First, we have to see how much money we're going to have allocated in the new budget to continue
course.
paving. Second, we did a paving study that rated all our roadways. I can check out Sunset, see what it was rated at. Bay Boulevard, which was just done, was rated at a 6 out of 20. So that's why we approached New Bay Boulevard. But all depending on how much money we have for the following budget, of course, we'll continue to start our program. But I was talking with our previous city manager and continuing this conversation with our current about doing, now that we have paved several roads throughout the city, including now Bay Boulevard, to reassess and do a new study to see where our roads stand today. So, but all depending on the money on the budget, we can talk
Right.
about which one we're going to approach next.
Well, I'd like, when it comes up, have a footnote on Sunset Drive, what the cost would be to elevate that road 6 to 12 inches in certain areas due to flooding. People drive through there when you get a full moon and there's salt water on the roads and it damages the cars, raising that 6 or 12 inches in certain areas.
We can measure that out now and talk to, I can talk to Ajax just to give us a ballpark and see what we look at to see, but a scope
We'll
of
have
that
to
magnitude
engineer
is
it. That's going to cost
it's gonna
money.
cost serious money. I mean,
Right, that's why I'm saying
So it'd be,
we don't need to do it right away, but
Right.
have a footnote when it comes up that they look into that as adding extra layers of whatever they have to do to elevate that in the low-lying areas, because that goes a long ways to saving cars undercarriage and escaping out of a flood, keep the car from getting flooded just a little bit.
Bob, what about that dredging material dried out? Could we use that to put down on the road?
You could. But you're going to save it store it somewhere until they're ready to do that. I don't know if it'd be worth it. But it depends on that materials. Compacting muck, I don't know how that
No,
works.
muck doesn't work. You'd have something a little bit on that.
But they use limestone usually, or extra asphalt. I don't know. That's what they would determine. But if you elevate that 12 inches, that's the difference between somebody getting out while the road's flooding and not getting out. Sometimes.
Then you have an issue with drainage of yards.
Well, that's another issue, and I've talked to them about having 2 lift stations, storm drain lift stations over on the south end to pump the water out. But the water's going to be coming in other areas. And that new pump they got could help too sometimes, but that's another, yes, that's true. But people trying to get out when the storm's coming,
I've been over there, yeah.
that little bit can make a big difference with a car. So a footnote in the future, so I don't forget because I'm old.
Well, it would be
That's all.
easier to raise the seawall rather than the road.
Can we not solutionize here? Just if you want to put something on the agenda, I'd be happy to do it. But we'll literally be here all night.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
We're not done yet.
Okay.
I appreciate the enthusiasm. Anything else for
That's it. Thanks, Al.
Councilman Hubbard? Mueller?
Yes. First of all, July 10th, that's, I believe, Thursday this week through August 18th is scallop season. And do we have plans to get the police force out there and the fire guys? Are they aware this is going to bring a lot of visitors to the city and potential issues?
Yes, we had a quarterly meeting with FWC, Newport Richey, and Pasco County Sheriff's Office last week, and everybody's on it.
So you guys are on weekends now?
We have scheduled for every weekend to do scallop season, and
Perfect.
possibly sometimes during the week too.
Perfect. Thank you. We got $4.3 million of appropriations from the state of Florida for three main items: a fire truck, pipes, and
Lift station.
rebuilding lift stations. Do we have an action plan to move forward with this in short order? And what's the fuse on this? Do we have to spend it within a certain period of time? Encumber it within a certain period of time?
Well, we haven't got it yet. It probably won't be distributed till October, I guess. Is that?
We haven't received we haven't received like a check for the funds or the guidelines to follow yet.
Okay, but I know that if this is going to happen, we ought to be thinking ahead and trying to get something.
We're not doing anything tonight.
Well, we
It's after 10.
right.
We're not doing anything tonight.
No, I get that.
But we talked about this before. He's gonna have Daryl come in and do a presentation with the water mains.
Okay. I just want to say that somebody needs to start getting the plan going on that.
I've discussed this with Daryl, and he's already formulating projects. We want to concentrate on the worst area of the city with galvanized line, which is going to be the southwest portion of the city. So this has already been discussed.
With our issue having people not wanting to attend our various other council or committees and those other meetings, I'm wondering if we ought to give consideration to providing a stipend for them of maybe $50 a meeting to maybe make it an incentive to show up for these meetings. It's something to think about. Possibly even assurance, something that will encourage them to participate, right? And then I think at the last meeting I requested a spend level for our capital, and I don't see one here at this meeting. I would like to see one at the next meeting, and I would like to see the plan to spend what we plan on spending out of capital that has been sitting there. To date, I think we're at 15 or 20% spent on all the capital.
Yeah, about that.
Which we could have been doing a lot with that, just like this pump that we just bought. We should have been buying that at the end of last season rather than now we're halfway in the season. It'll probably won't be here till August.
Yeah, I think that was addressed last council meeting when they said that a lot of times they kind of wait to do that versus toward the end.
And I was asking for a plan.
Yeah.
I don't see a plan. So I'd like to see one by next time, if possible.
Well, we didn't put a plan together. There was no spending other than what I mentioned before. Yeah, it was very small stuff. So we do have things in the works right now that
That's
are
the
just,
plan.
yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
And that will come. But we haven't spent anything yet. So, there's a plan for it. I can give you that. We're buying trucks in this thing right here. But we have POs that actually we're putting together this week. So we'll get something for you.
Thank you. That's it.
Okay. Real quick, I'm not going to belabor too many of these, but the next CRA meeting, I don't know if we've got one scheduled for next meeting or not, but there's a couple things I wanted to talk about on it. Is we mentioned about the tree removal during floods. If we could add CRA grant money to be able to help move trees. Remember we had that conversation. I don't know if you looked into that or not, but to help the dead trees from the thing, if they're able to remove those. I don't know if it's something we can do in that grant program, but I'd like to entertain that to prevent that one individual that spent a lot of his own money without any help from the city.
I remember that now.
If we-
It doesn't fit now, and you want
Right.
to talk about reworking it.
If we could
So
add
I'll
that to
talk
the
with
grant
Andy
process, see if
about
it's,
that.
see if it's something we
I think
could,
that was before you. I can't remember when that happened, but I'll talk to him about
Yeah.
it.
It's a guy who did good works, but now wants to be paid for it.
well, no, it was fix it for the future so that it's an option later on.
The grant program that we have, I'll talk about it.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not.
He's right for you guys, I think. And then I think another thing along the CRA grant stuff is we don't have the ability to help mobile homes unless they own the lot. I think you have to own the lot and the structure. So if we can look at that and see if it's something we can, if where they own the lot or not, maybe provide some assistance through the CRA grant to beautify those places and fix them.
Would that be helping the trailer owner or the landowner?
That's the problem you're going to
Yeah,
have.
it is going to be a problem. That's a problem.
Well, let's think about that.
Yeah, we.
What do I-
that's
I don't
put it
want-
on the agenda.
I want to look into it.
Because at that point it becomes commercial.
Right. I just want to let's
He's just putting my to-do list. This is all.
Yeah.
I'm with Andy.
just
Or talking to Andy.
something we can look at, talk about in the future. I had a somewhat nasty message about red light cameras. That
Did you get one?
yeah, I won't share that. It's a good one. It ended with me being overthrown, by the way. So yeah, overthrown was in a quote. But I asked Andy to put together a list from the last 5 years of what our costs or what we take in, how many tickets we actually put out per year, what we take in revenue wise, and where that goes. I think a third goes to us, third goes to the operator, and a third goes to the state or whatever. So just get a better picture of what we're actually gaining from that. And honestly, I don't like any kind of automated ticketing system, never have. And a lot of people don't either. And it's probably it's a question whether they're legal or not. I know they're trying to do away with them. They have done away with them in a lot of other places in the state. And of course, the question was his: why is Port Richey, Newport Richey, and some of these are still doing that? And so obviously, we need to probably look at that and see if we can start to decouple ourselves from that. But I wanted to kind of look at that.
I thought it was a state. It just happens we're taking it, but I thought it was
Right. Well,
state driven.
well, one thing that I think you brought up, we're maybe getting $400,000. Yeah. So at some point, maybe and if we aren't, I want to look at that holistically. Do we continue that program or not? Do we find another vendor that we can get it cheaper or whatever? I think we need to take a hard look at that, and then we'll start with looking at the numbers of what we're actually bringing in and see if it's something we want to continue or not. I think it's worth the conversation. I'd like to talk about, and I don't very early steps, but an amphitheater in Waterfront Park. If we could do a couple of things just to get some information, reach out to the Florida Trust and see. I'm pretty sure that they have parks that have amphitheaters in there, so I don't think it'd be a problem if we wanted to do that. So if we could just kind of run that by them preliminarily, see, we'd like to look at potentially putting an amphitheater in there. And then secondly, if we could maybe get the word out to the design or something we can kind of look at, because with the Guild Dogs venue closing, that was a very huge loss for the community. They like to come and watch concerts, and we really it would be nice to have something like that in Waterfront Park that we could utilize. And so if we kind of start looking into how we do about that, then we could, if we can do it, get kind of a preliminary plan together at some point, and then we could look at doing some crowdfunding or donations to try to help build that, or grants or whatever. But we got to figure out, let's
Well, yeah, send a letter to the residents to see if they're okay with it. Send a letter to the residents adjacent to Waterfront and see if they're okay with it.
Well, we could put it on an agenda or something about the interest or whatever. I just some preliminary work. One, can we do it? Two, is there any designs out there? Again, I'm not commissioning, go out and say, here's $30,000, build us a design. That's what I'm talking about. Just some kind of free estimate to say you could do something like this as a high level.
Could you move
And then we
could you move the boat stage over from Guild Dogs?
No.
If somebody said that was something they could do, then that'd be something that obviously entertain. But
I saw at Newport Richey. I saw at Newport Richey their amphitheater. Let me tell you what, it's relatively cheap.
It's literally like some metal, but it's beautiful.
Yeah.
It has some sun shade and stuff like that. I thought that something just to why spend the money? Just go over there and shoot some pictures and ask somebody how much it costs to engineer this, put this on there.
Yeah, just if staff in your free time just kind of think about it. That's something I think it's something we probably ought to entertain doing. Yeah, I know you got lots of.
And everybody loved gill dogs, so they're not going to complain. Everybody loved to have gill dogs.
But didn't we have a developer that was going to put in an amphitheater and develop
No, they're
it?
building. No, they're doing a boardwalk and some other stuff. The amphitheater wasn't really part of
And
it.
I'm not saying if they come with I'm not saying if they come with plans, but I just want to plant the seed. Just plant the seed. We don't have to water it and grow it right now. Just if we get one, can we put one there with the struts? That's the main question. Then we can look at further discussion. I'm going to work with Andy and staff on the YouTube site. I got some ideas with that, but I've mentioned it before with the organization of that, if we could fix that, but I'll work with the side with that. Last thing I want to bring up is the Institute for Elected Municipal Officials Training 1 and 2. It's happening in Tampa, the first class in October 10th through the 12th. I know Bob and Dave was signed up for that. And the flood came. So I want to encourage, I've had both classes. It's very good to have that training. And so have you guys look at that and see if that works your schedule. It's in Tampa, so you can drive down there. You don't have to spend a night. It's 10th to the 12th of October. That's the first class. And then at the end of October, you go right into the second class, which is 24th to 26th. They never offer that in Tampa. It's in Orlando this time, which is relatively close as well. So if you guys could look at that, that's also going to be a new budget year for council training. So, but I encourage you all to look at those two classes and get some training. This is October. So the EMO 1 is October 10th to the 12th, and EMO 2 is October 24th to the 26th. And you go out to the Florida League of Cities site and kind of review the agenda and stuff on that. Obviously, it's not mandatory, but it's a good class and it's relatively inexpensive. And it takes you through several different things, municipal government, to get you good background knowledge. So just want to throw that out there because it's going to be close. Obviously, the one in Tampa is really, you can't beat that just to do that one at least.
I can do the 10th or the 12th.
So yeah, take a look at that and then let Andy know if you want to attend that and get signed up. I know you guys were before. And on that same token, Andy, if you wouldn't mind, I believe they pay for that. And maybe it's you. Can we see if we got that refunded or if they gave them a credit? I think they were supposed to refund that back. Did we get that? Just at some point, follow up, make sure they got their fees refunded so we can do that again.
EMO 1 last October.
Last October.
I think Matt put it on his credit card, so it would have come back against that credit card, I believe.
Just don't check if it got credited. I want to make sure we didn't lose that credit. And if they didn't, we need to get that or give them a free class. Apply to the next one. So that's all I had. Who wants to?
Motion to adjourn.
I got Dave, motion adjourn.
Second.
I got second Bob. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Adjourn.
Yes.